Good afternoon slash evening, compatriots. Bam, right to it. Other side of winning. It's not exactly losing, but it's the things that we don't look at. Sometimes it's the things that we just don't want to see. You know, this week there was a lot of action that went down, but one of the things that took place that I did a lot of looking at, did a lot of perceiving to, was how they diverted some funds for the wall. Now, let me explain why this diversion it really gives emphasis and gives life to the point I'm making right now. You see, right now they're winning in these little Well, it seems like they're winning to the untrained eye. They're winning. They're taking ground and all of their measures, right? uh, and all of their interest. I think that's a better word. They're gaining ground in all of their interest. And the point being this: when you when you win something, there's always it's not as much as a sacrifice as it is things that are just simply lost or mitigated now, right? Um, I give you a point. So they took $3.6 billion from wherever, right? But where I live here in Washington, I can give you an actual real one. They took $89 million out of the Kitsap County Navy unit, and the reason why they did is because it's dead money. You know, it's money that they find ways to spend. And I've been in the military where they'll tell you to your face, we have to spend this money so that way they don't give us less money next year. So they were looking around. Obviously, they send out their AGs, excuse me, not their AGs, but their IGs, their inspecting generals. And they just start doing you start crunching the numbers on the books. And you start to realize, hey, we don't need this, or this. So $89 million worth of things that you don't need or that you're going to have to learn to live without, we're going to take from you. So that way we can get this greater project done. Now, the reason why I say this is because do you guys remember earlier when I first talked about the wall being built, how it was going to create jobs for guys in the military? So even if they had to divert military funds, they were going to find a way to funnel some of the money back into the military. This is a big part of it. Okay. Um, they're going to find jobs where it takes military personnel to fill those roles to get the hundreds if not thousands of men and women involved into the project, but also so that way people can't complain too much. There's always going to be somebody who doesn't like it when you change things that they're used to, but there's going to be somebody who says something that will challenge you and be righteous in their challenge. And sometimes you don't need that. It's one thing for a person to be upset. What they're upset about might not be bona fide, or everybody might not find the legitimacy in that. But if they're really coming to you with something for real, it might not have come to anyone else's attention until they said it. We've all seen situations like this. So I know for a fact that the other side of winning for this will be trying to incorporate people who have been seemingly cut off and incorporate them back into the fold. Mark my words. Um, the other side of winning is not losing per se, but these are the things. But everything that I'm trying to cover is the other side of winning. So when you win, these are things that you have to deal with. You have to indulge in, so to speak, because if you don't, they'll become a hamperance to anything that you're trying to do. For example, if you look at okay, Trump knew about Hurricane Dorian probably 2 weeks ago, almost 3 weeks ago. These people play with the weather, and I'm sure they've gotten it down almost to a science of knowing exactly what events they caused that set these other events into play. And when Trump said to nuke the hurricane or whatever, And people thought he was crazy. Well, I'm like, who's to say they have never nuked one before? You know, he might have let something slip that he wasn't supposed to let slip on TV, and they're like, "Yo, bro, don't talk about that." So you never really know. Uh, with that said, and I'm not saying this administration might have nuked the hurricane, but you don't know. Any administration could have done one in. The whole point is this: the other side of winning is that if that was the case, even if it's not the case, right? He was trying to mitigate the damage. He would taken a huge L by playing with the weather. Because that's what it's really about, y'all. It's really about them playing with the weather and seeing what kind of devastation they can do. Notice they've been trying to kill these places that have black populations sparsely spread throughout for decades on end now. You know, I'm like, it's just been a healthy doses of each year the storms get stronger. You know, a healthy dose of that to all these places where I mean, how much longer can they take? I mean, like, how much longer can they take that? You know what I mean? Period. But let me just caveat back into the main point. Point is this: when you win, you have to secure other things. Just like when you lose, you have to pay. You have to know what the hell is going to happen when you lose. You have to know how to handle that. But winning is no different. Winning takes a stratagem, if you will, to actually achieve it. Because without uh, uh, um, a source of plans or ideas where in which you can pull from, normally when one does achieve a victory, it's a short-lived victory because they don't know how to live in the victory. See, I'm trying to break it down to you. See, the real other side of winning, the indifferent side of it, okay, the side where you can't actually tell that you won anything. You see what I mean? And if you can't see it, then it's like losing an arm and a leg to win the battle. Yeah, you won, but you lost a lot to do that. So now you have to plan for living without an arm and a leg. God forbid they're on the same side. But do you understand what I mean though? It's that sort of thing, you know. It's that sort of thing. It's just it's an effort. It's an effort that if you get tired of it, you'll never win. You see, I sit here and I tell myself all the time if I just tell the people what's on my mind, they'll understand. And then when I say what's on my mind, not everyone understands. The same people who have seemed to get it more or less always are the ones who get it. And the people who don't get it more or less are the ones who always don't get it. Um, I'm trying to show you different little ways to look at it. Because in the other side of winning, I think there's a blessing that has to really truly be appreciated. I, I've uh, I've allowed for it to be what it is. There's not really a big downside for me at this point. When I tell you guys about the wall and all the other things that I've talked about, it's just like the other side of winning with the trade war. It has had adverse implications, negative implications for all parties involved. There's no way that it hasn't. Um, it's just one of those things where though a man said, I'm making it to where we don't get ripped off anymore, let me break it down to you. It's not like the president in his first 2 years incorporated and actually made programs that made it to where people who, besides being a small business owner, right on, are people who consume at a certain level, right, can either air their grievance to the righteous and proper parties that can see to it that something is done. And I'll speak to specifics in a moment, but also not just that. When they speak their grievance to this person and then their grievance is taken from there and then handled, there's also the way that the grievance is handled. You see what I mean? There's a level of transparency between all parties so that way everyone understands and knows that everybody's working at the same level here. Um, Case in point, when the president knew that he was going to full on engage in a so-called trade dispute with the other largest economy in the world, the issue with that becomes why not create cheap American companies, right, in these cities that create the products that you know that are about to become expensive. I'm just saying, like, if you know that you're going just hear me out now because it hasn't happened to everyone yet, but it's happening all over the country. Trash is slowly but surely getting expensive. Why didn't the president say, you know what, since as opposed to sending the cardboard to these people, we're going to take the cardboard, all these other things that are trash, create the facilities here in America, right? Even if it's a low paying job, the 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 low paying job would create then an atmosphere where, let's say, the homeless or people who just need to make money can come here and get paid. And yeah, they wouldn't be in the situation that they're in, but they played it totally wrong. So to where they won the so-called trade dispute by putting tariffs on China. I mean, if that's really a victory, then they won. But the true tragedy in the situation actually comes after all of that. And what happens is that hundreds of businesses in China have been adversely affected and shut down. I'm pretty sure there's been hundreds of businesses over here that have had to shut down. Um, I could argue even thousands of businesses in China have fallen out of their tenure because of this, the so-called trade war. Um, I could even put forth that some of the people who were protesting in Hong Kong are people who were directly devastated by the trade war because everything is timed so uh, peculiarly that you have to look at it from a bunch of different angles. Um, the trade war has is if you're talking about wages and money and stuff like that, like the Chinese took a direct hit because they have so many people. They feel like the reverberation, even if it's really hurting in one area, will eventually assuage itself. But that's not what's happened. Is that in the epicenter of all the pain, it stayed the epicenter. You see, so much so to where Carrie Lam, she 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 was on the other side of winning. Where yeah, she put forth a bill, but she didn't plan on the riots happening. Like, there's no way they saw people shutting down airports and for months on end. There's no way. There's no way. That's the other side of winning, y'all. You don't necessarily. They're not necessarily losing because as bad as it's been in Hong Kong, right? They're like, well, we haven't suffered back to 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 back mass shootings, right? Because that's the other side of winning here, where you have people who have the right to bear arms. So what they do sometimes they frivolously will be in this pursuit of trying to prove that they have righteously or they're vindicated in the action of using violence against another individual. And because of this, you have people who have a weak mental capacity and an even weaker threshold. So therefore, they commit to acts that, if they had to commit them solely upon themselves, they wouldn't do it, which is what makes them weak, which is what makes it to where it's not a mental illness because they didn't just harm themselves, they harmed other people. You see what I'm saying? Somebody who's really sick will hurt themselves before they hurt anyone else. And that's just the perception of other people who have taken their lives, and those people were really sick and those people were really hurting, you know what I'm saying, and they're no longer here. So for individuals who have who are seeking to be placated by the arguments of the deceased, mainly the deceased, because anybody who is truly ill to that level is no longer living because they've taken their own life. So this is another reason why the whole mental health argument, you know what I'm saying? And that falls in directly in line with what I'm talking about, because they think they've won, but they've actually now they have to deal with all the other things with, okay, well, even if people are mentally ill, how do you prove a person is mentally ill or violent in one case and situation versus another? Do you place the whole nation under the red flag? Right? You see what I'm saying? Do you question everybody's mental ability? Because if you're going to say in one circumstance or another that a person is able to make a decision, and then in another circumstance a person was totally incapable or the chemical balance is totally wrong, then we need to start distinguishing, okay, what kind of individuals do we have in society? Because the same people that go out and pay their mortgage and their rent and their bills and send money to their family via Western Union or MoneyGram, Walmart, whatever, are the same people that go out and commit acts of violence. So if they can distinguish to me just by looking at a person and showing me this person has a mental health defect, just by looking at them, you know what I mean? And then they can distinguish to me how another person who's engaged in activity, who's doing something that they probably shouldn't be doing, right? And they're telling me that this person doesn't. This person is just as mentally defected as this other person, but between the two individuals, one of them seems completely normal, and the other one seems completely not. And so I just don't understand. It's just like the guy who they claim did all the stuff in Texas, and they'll never tell you he had a partner in crime. That man had help. Anyway, uh, they say he worked at a job and then he lost his job. So it seems to me, until he lost his job, all was fine, all was normal, all was okay. You know what I'm talking about? Even if his neighbors thought that he was disgruntled and an angry dude, there's a lot of people who have neighbors that they hate and can't stand, who've never gone on a freaking shooting rampage and killed people, right? Or allegedly done so. You know, now I'm going to get on that side of winning. Let's talk about the other side of winning. Okay, now when you talk about gun control, right? I know firearms. I have fired many of firearms. Okay, I have been trained in the military through certain courses on how to use a firearm in a moving vehicle. The idea that one man is driving a vehicle, shooting with one hand, whatever you want to say, accurately shooting and driving this vehicle at a high speed while maintaining control of the vehicle. And at random, these people are being hit, and the police officers haven't cordoned off the area, which means is to surround it. Okay, so the fact that they didn't have units to get in front of this man as soon as he started, all of it seems very peculiar. However, the fact that this is the other side of winning, I get to analyze it like that. Okay, so some guy who seemed like he was normal or wasn't normal, right? That they never red flagged before, gets stopped, shoots at an officer, speeds off, shoots all these other people along the way, gets cornered off at this theater, they kill him. Okay, happy ending. All right. All right. The horrible story has a happy ending because the killer's dead. But here's the problem though. For a person like myself who's well trained, who's like, are you serious? You really expect me to believe that? this is the other side of winning, because now you have to deal with somebody who's just going to come at you with logic, pure thought out logic. There's a reason why people drive slow when they're doing drive-bys, y'all. If they thought that they could do a drive-by at 80 miles per hour and get what they were trying to get, they would do that. And for people to say, oh, he's just shooting at random, I watched a video of the guy driving by. Not at one point in the video when he was speeding by, there was no muzzle flash, there was no rapport, which is the sound of the weapon. Okay, there was none of that. So when you have all these different factors that come together, one must look at it. Okay, you won the battle. This guy was supposed to be mentally ill and all these other things. But on the other side, the flip side, now what happens? Now you have people who want to pick it apart. Now you have a lot of people who are afraid to pick it apart. And those who obviously are much larger than I who should pick it apart, they're afraid to. See, sometimes when people get to a position, they get so comfortable that they forget how hard it is to actually put forth an effort to be heard. You can't have it both ways. I've been saying this, burning both ends of the candle. If you don't watch what people are doing, this is activity, this is behavior that they play into constantly, repetitiously, continually, hoping to get longevity from it. And the worst part of it is this, is that they don't want to be called out for it. That's the worst part. It's not that they're doing it. It's that while they're engaged in this activity, they don't want to hear you say, hey, well, you know what? This is backwards. Case in point, the president has the audacity to, with his two lips, tell people to go back where they come from, right? Now listen, I'm going to come at it from a whole nother angle that you didn't even see coming. Did y'all know that it's just a rumor, but why would you rumor this if there's not some truth to it? That there's a little Democratic consultant dude who's leaving his wife, and his wife said he's having an affair with Ilhan Omar. And I laugh at first, but then I think about it. I'm like, hold on. Why wouldn't a little dirty ass little African chick be doing something like that, where she's burning both ends of the candles? I mean, that would be the perfect both ends of the candles being burned, you know? That would be like, oh girl, Ayanna Presley, like if she's screwing a white dude, like you really don't have any place talking for black people. You know what I mean? Not for me, not to me. Not to me. You could never talk for me. I would never be married to a white chick trying to tell black people what they need to do. Like that would be, that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. You know, I mean, it's easy to say that because you're not with the black person. So you're not actually dealing with the struggle that two black people deal with. You're dealing with the struggle that a black man or woman deals with, and then the perceived struggle of all the other individuals that you could possibly be entertaining. So I guess what I'm saying is this, is that the young lady is now in a position where even if she doesn't say anything, even if her reps, her aides are like, hey, just let them try to just, you know what I'm saying, blow in the wind. There's guys like me who've seen it, who now I get to look at you differently. Because it's like you can try to call the president a racist, but what makes the president any less racist than a white dude you could be allegedly fucking? Because he's a Democrat? Because I could name some historically racist Democrats right now. See, I don't like to go into history, but it wasn't Democrats that on paper freed the slaves. Republicans. However, the problem is this. Because you have people who are so used to trying to have it go their way that they always miss the other side of this victory. What happens when the questions come? Right. If you procured your victory through nefarious means, you might not be ready for all the levels of the questions that could come to you. Right. Because you didn't think you were going to get questioned. You thought people were just going to laud in the glory of your victory. And that's not what happened. Nope. They want to know how, why, what. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, the other side of victory is cold because they think it's winning off tops. Did I say the opposite of winning or the opposite? No, the other side of it. So this is the side of it. Bam. So this is winning right here, right? Let's just say that this side is winning, right? We're on this side of it now. All right. We're not on the opposite side. No, we're on the other side of it because, right, it leaves that point of origin. How many people have been in victory and then been found to be in fault later on? It happens. It happens to greats. There have been people to admit their wrongdoing in life. One Marion Jones comes right to mind as a person who admits to cheating, right? And to admit it is one thing. I mean, it's cool, but she had already enjoyed all the laurels of a winner. So that means that the person who came in second was the winner. You see what I'm saying? And for every instance like that, that has to bother somebody. So this is why I'm trying to assuage their mind, okay? Because they might have felt like this isn't right, and they might have been totally correct in their mind. It could be you. Very well has been me in my life. And sometimes you just have to allow a situation to manifest, to percolate, as I like to say, build up, so that way, when you finally step back and look at it, when you finally actually give life to the idea in your mind and you allow it to flourish, then what becomes is you see all the different angles of just why they may have wanted to win. And then you start to see how they couldn't see, because you're not the winner or the perceived winner. You're already on the other side of winning, right? You see, to come in second or third, not the actual loser in your mind. Because a loser, they gain nothing, and they can't see it from this side. Their side is blocked from this side, unless they go all the way around. That's a long journey around. So, and that's speaking from experience. So when you are on the other side already of winning, which is the far end of it, and you can see it, it gives you a lot of insight. People want to know. You can't just say something to someone and expect them to believe. That's not going to happen. Let me read this little article that I pulled up. It says, entire fire company shuttered because they wouldn't address members' Proud Boy connection. A Pennsylvania fire company was shuttered by town officials Wednesday after officials at the company refused to address that one of their volunteer firefighters was affiliated with the extremist group the Proud Boys. Officials in Harvard Township in Delaware County were informed on August 12th that a volunteer of the Bon Air Fire Company was affiliated with an organization described as an extremist group. The township's manager, David Berman, wrote in a statement released Thursday. The township immediately launched an investigation into the allegations, which included an interview with the volunteer, who admitted he was involved with the Proud Boys, Berman said. The volunteer revealed he had attended social gatherings hosted by the group and had passed two of the four groups' initiation steps, which includes hazing. Berman's statement quoted the group's self-proclaimed basic tenet posted on the website that They are Western chauvinists who refuse to apologize for creating the modern world. Laugh that off. The proclamation belongs to the Proud Boys, who are known for anti Muslim and misogynistic rhetoric, according to the Southern Poverty Law Center, which designates them as a hate group. Women and transgender men are not allowed in the group. While the volunteer indicated that he attempted to distance himself from the group in recent months, Berman and a police official met with Bonaire Fire Company officials on August 14th to address the seriousness of this matter and urged the fire company to address it. They meant to fire his motherfucking ass. That's all he had to. That's all they had to do. Oh, I'm gonna break. I can't wait to break down this whole article because this shit is deep. Berman said he was informed the next day that the volunteer had offered his resignation, but the Bonaire Fire Company chief refused to accept it. See? A week later, because he's a racist himself, a week later, Berman said he received an email that the fire company's board had found no basis for terminating the volunteer's membership. The email concluded no indication that the fire company would take any action whatsoever, Berman's statement said. The Bonaire Fire Company's failure to address this matter conflicts with the public's policy of Haverford Township, there we go, which includes ensuring that all persons are treated fairly and equally, and that all persons enjoys the full benefits of citizenship. As of Thursday night, the Bonaire Fire Company was relieved of duty indefinitely, Berman announced. 4 other areas of fire companies will service the residents of Bonaire. The nearest company is within a half-mile of Bonaire Station, and 3 other are within 2.5 miles. A statement from the Bonaire Fire Company said the township stripped the station of its equipment and trucks. The statement said the company had investigated the volunteer's involvement with the outside organization and found he had limited interactions with the group that he had ultimately decided not to join. There's no truth, or there's no proof that he didn't join them. But let's just keep reading. He never attended any rallies or protests, and he disassociated himself from the group more than a year ago, the statement said. The volunteer was not identified in the statements from the company or the township. The 6-year volunteer veteran who was recently honored by Bonaire Fire Company has always acted as a caring person dedicated to serving his community, and in his actions as a firefighter. The volunteer has not acted in any way which suggests his behavior would be influenced by this organization, the statement said. For these reasons, the fire company did not decide to terminate the services of the volunteer. The statement, authored by 2 attorneys, lamented the closure of the statement and said the township was depriving the community of 37 firefighters and 3 fire trucks during emergencies. About 800 of Haverford Township, fewer than 50,000 residents, live on Bonaire. The statement from the fire company urged residents to please let their commissioners know that the township is wrong to close the Bonaire Fire Company. Now, I'm not going to get too carried away with the whole situation there, but let's just break down everything that happened. So, dude, okay, is obviously a racist, all right? But the company that he's working for, they're all racist, okay? And he might have been the only one to get caught up. He might have been the only one dumb enough to have a social media profile, whatever, something like that, right? And got wiped away. Now, what I find incredibly awe-striking about this is that the other day I was reading this article about the FBI, and this guy in the FBI, he goes undercover, right? You know, to infiltrate freaking white supremacist groups. And listen, he's FBI, and this guy's like, where is the FBI at? He's like, man, these motherfuckers are running wild, right? This shit is crazy. But to his defense, and the FBI's defense, because it's the truth, it's the only logical answer is they're all racist. A lot of them are racist. That's what they're going to say, not to defend themselves, but you have to defend them with that, like, to their defense, literally. A lot of them are racist. Even the black people they hire hate black people. So, you know, I have family members right now to this day who have a level of disdain towards black people. And I have family members who, the darker you are, the less they like you. So, you know what I'm talking about? Like, right, it's like that. So don't think I haven't seen it. Don't think I don't know it. But just moving back to the article, guy gets kicked out. All his boss had to do was fire him, okay, and let him back on. The chief has so much pride. He said, "We'd rather go down with it in the ship with you, son." That chief didn't see that happening. Believe that. Believe that. He did not see that coming. He didn't see that. There's no way. Those white people who were like, we don't want to be associated with people who have done mass shootings in the United States, right on, who have encouraged other people abroad to carry out violent acts. We don't want nothing to do with that. And we're disassociating ourselves. Right. And 800 compared to 50,000, you're there. You know what I mean? There's another 49,200 people compared to them. You know? And you're only employing 37 people? Sorry, got to go. Got to go. Because ultimately, that could have worked out so differently. See, he's working in a town where he's working with a bunch of white people. So you could never see his racism. Right. He's going to Philly. You know what I'm saying? He's going to Harrisburg. He's dipping. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? He's not about to stay in his spot in the town and go commit whatever he has to do. And just because the man said that he distanced himself doesn't mean that he did any of that. But this is the point, though. This is the other side of winning. See, the chief, you can't have it both ways, dog. Just because you fight fires doesn't mean you can keep this racist piece of shit on your force. And you see how one dude costs 36 other people partial paycheck or a free paycheck from the city? I would blame the chief if I was those other dudes. If I was any one of those people who needed that money, I would blame him. But these are all white people for the most part. So I really don't feel nothing. It's just like I have to point it out because it took place, it happened, and these are white people gang banging on other white people. Like, nah, you got to get the fuck out of here with that. See, this is why I tell y'all, just stand back and watch. They're going to fuck each other up. I promise you. I promise you. Because as I was watching or not watching, I was reading an article the other day about how senior GOP people are chiding or scolding Trump in code. Boy, I about fell out my seat. Because I says to myself, I says, Meech, I says, ain't this the thing that these black people always bitching and moaning about? That white people are on code? Well, check this out. If there was on code at all, the person who wrote the article, okay, wouldn't have been able to publish it because they wouldn't have been able to tell you that they were in code, chiding the man, chastising the man. Can you dig it? The reason why I bring this up is because this is the other side of winning. Right. D. Treasy can't take all these victories. And then somebody who's been on the literal opposite side of the victory have to lap all the way around just to get to the far end of the spectrum, just to go ahead and point all the way to the end like this is what really happened. See, when I was a young boy in the Marine Corps, I was 18 years old, and I got a cookie for this, not a real one, but I got a cookie for this. Because they were telling us that they had to have so many people deployed at a time, so many people home at a time. And I shot my hand up. And they said, "What is it, boy?" I said, "Do they keep certain many people stateside to fight potential threats and so many people abroad to pretty much quell all those who would try to rise up against or in a potential situation where people could?" And he just laughed. He said, "Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right." He said, "I don't know where you got that from, but you're right." And it just made sense to me based on what he was saying. I've always been a peculiar individual. I believe in the Most High God, worship the Most High God. It's important to me. You have people who are trying to use prophecy as their cornerstone for what they're doing, but also go against the prophecy. You can't do that. I've been saying everything that I've been saying to get to this. See, one of the biggest issues is that this administration has people who are coming in every day who are, for all intents and purposes, aficionados within the scripture, know full well where we're at. Don't worry, I'm coming with some stuff soon from the book of Enoch. I don't have a way to put together the information. Like there's no one way to compile it. So when I think of a good way to present it, it'll be presented to you. But it just has to do with the time that we're at right now and how I can show everybody that we're past all these other points, so we have to be here. Anyway, they're using the scripture as their catalyst. And that's the other side of winning that I really wanted to get about, is that they are trying to speak on something that they don't understand. But they're using it to the degree and fashion that they know enough to see the writing on the wall. Point proven is this. The diabolical plan of the United States is to hope that within the next year, once they pass the ID Act of 2020, that they would slowly be able to deport people back to the countries of origin. The more abstract, random the country, and just the more difficult means of travel, the faster you'll get sent home. They're terrified that they're the Babylon out of the scripture that has every nation descend upon it. Trump's hoping to have the walls built so that way they can truly send people home. Become an isolationist country again. Force black people back into slavery. You don't got to worry about nothing then. You got the best farmers, the best everything doing it all for you for free again, next to free. And we don't have to breed out the black people. You don't have to worry about them breed themselves out. We keep them slaves forever if we can this time. Don't put anything past these motherfuckers, y'all. I really need y'all to see, like, they're setting up the grounds. They're setting up the grounds for something wickedly vicious. And nobody's going to be able to stop them. Because everybody's going to be too busy dealing in their own life. There is no way that you can tell me that you don't feel like they're trying to put us back into slavery. See, any honest black man and black woman with themselves feels that in their heart and soul, can see that. What's with this whole trying to put us all in debt? What's with that? What's with the fact that this college admission thing has actually only really adversely affected poor people, more specifically, black people? Now, I don't think we should be going to college, no how. But there are some success stories that have come directly through the colleges. Do I know that you getting a firsthand experience is more important? Yes, I know that. But I also know that a person being given the proper education so that way they have the intellect to apply to a position is also just as crucial as it is the opportunity to apply it. We are going to be on the other side of winning, not just the opposite side, but the far end side all the way around. Looking at it, this is what we're going to have to do to win or to change our circumstances. And it's going to take a whole lot of hard decision making. Are black people ready for that? I don't know. I've been being made ready for over the last year. Didn't even realize that my situation was going to prepare me for what's going on now. I think I would be almost partially shocked by all the crazy shit that's going on right now. But because I've been at the forefront of a battle over the integrity of my mental health, I've been on the other side of winning, that I'm able to see it way differently. So you guys are telling me that several of these shooters made violent, once again, Red Flagistan is coming soon to a city, town, county, province near you. It's coming. Red Flagistan is coming. You can't avoid it. You can't get out the way of it. It's coming. I know it sounds vicious, but there's going to be a lot of people who get red flagged up over old internet posts. Why do you think I'm talking about the other side of winning? I always have reasons within my reasons as to why I say things. I'm not stupid. I'm going to go on for a minute about this. I hope you're in for the long haul. Even if you're not, I'm going. Because this is an important concept. See, I was talking to my sister, Tanya Bowser, the other day. Well, we texted, but it was really important dialogue because when she had texted at me, she had said, the prices of certain items are starting to go up right now, and this is just going back to that trade war, so-called trade war. The prices of these things are going to go up anyway. I'm just wondering when they're going to tell the world that they're running low on all the natural, normal stuff, and that a lot of the things we've been getting have been fabricated, GMO nonsense. I'm just wondering. Oh, what? You think they made the Impossible Whopper because they wanted to? So, I mean, all these beef recalls, all these animals getting sick on these farms, all of it. Right. They've got to find alternative means to make the money. I'm sure the burgers are heavily soy based type burger or whatever. But the point is this: you would be surprised at what people don't understand or see coming, because it's not for them to see coming. I said something a year ago about the trade war, going on a year in a couple months. I was talking about China's economic winter a year ago. And it's just funny how all the things have happened now. I was like, and I'm not sure if in the article it had talked about rioting or whatever, but these are things that I always ponder and consider. So nothing that's happening right now is surprising to me. Not one thing. The ERBO is not a surprising thing. The red flag. I'm trying to tell you, a red flag is stand coming soon. Can't wait to see people when they tell us about their cousins and their uncles and their brothers and them who've all been served up, trying to fight it in court just for no avail, to no avail. It's okay. Or they're trying to crowdsource the money. That's going to be even cuter. These kids don't know what's coming to them. I'm just sitting around like, yep, it's going to be a long day. It's going to be a long, harsh, horrible day for a lot of them. The only good thing about being on the other side of winning, that far end of it, the really good thing about it is that you honestly know what it takes to win. See, sometimes a loser is too close. Sometimes that loser on this side is too close. They can't really understand what it took to be on this side. So it takes that long journey all the way around to really start to see, like, oh, it takes all these things for the victory. For a righteous victory at that. See, one thing I know as a young man is you never want your manhood coming into question with people. It's easy for someone to question your manhood while they're obviously a distance from you and they have the unlimited range of a keyboard to get at you. But it's different when they don't understand that they're speaking from a point of view that's totally skewed. See, a lot of people will never experience what I've experienced in life. You know, a lot of people can say, "Oh, I'm from the hood." There's people who are from the hood who ain't never seen nobody get killed. Never. Ain't never seen a dead body. They heard about people getting killed, but who hasn't? Right. There's cats who claim to be super duper gangster, hardcore, this, that, and the other. They ain't never been in a high risk stop, let alone been in a raid, let alone have police from another county come and search your home. Outside of the plethora of meetings that you had with the police that could have turned fatal. Outside of the times where they tried to turn it fatal on you. So it's because I'm on the other side of the. All right. I can't see it their way. I can't understand it the way I'm trying to, but it's like these are people who refuse to understand that winning takes, to be a real winner, it takes two things really. One is being willing to lose, first and foremost. First and foremost. You can't engage in an activity where there has to be a victor and there has to be a loser if you're not willing to be the one who's going to lose. That's the first piece. And then second is preparation. That's it. That's it. The fate of fortune is not in your hand. You don't dictate that. What's up, bro? You know, it's just one of those things where people don't appreciate how sensitive of a situation we're in. But just to catch you up real quick, you know, I've been talking about how, let's just say that this side is winning and let's say that this side is losing. I'm not talking on the opposite side where, obviously this is a loss. I'm talking about if this is winning, we're talking about the far end of it, the other side, literally, this other end of it, you know what I mean? Of winning. And sometimes people can't see that it's more clear sometimes what a person did or didn't do to win when you're standing further back. But it's also, there's a vacuum of things that take place from the other side of winning. Tom Brady, when he won the Super Bowl all those years ago, and the Deflategate scandal. If Deflategate never happens, not a big deal. It would have just been Russell Wilson and the Seahawks choke. Not Tom Brady possibly should not have been there in the first place. That's neither here nor there, though. The point is being able to be questioned for his conduct, the way that Tom Brady acted afterwards, right? On the other side of winning, because he didn't lose. So everything we're seeing is from this other side. And now people want to know all these other different things that went into your formula of your victory. Things that he wasn't willing to go into, he wasn't willing to indulge. So because we have a society of people who are willing to commit to activity on that level, these mass shooters, they want to say that they're all crazy. They want to say that, they all have mental issues. Okay, so why didn't these guys already have a red flag put on them? I've been under a ERPO for over a year. So unless their states don't already have a red flag law, if they have one, why weren't these people placed under it? Right. And then if they were able to procure weapons anyway. You see what I'm saying? So is the red flag law really the answer to people with mental health issues or the answer to people and gun violence? You see what I'm saying? And that's why it's a crucial thing to be on the other side of the win, because the police in Texas, they won. Yeah, they killed them, I guess. Right? They brought solace and peace of mind to the community of Odessa and Midland, but they didn't achieve the greater part, which is explain why this man was even armed and explain why this man wasn't told that he couldn't be armed in the first place, to place the pressure on him to not have a firearm. See, when they can answer those questions, then they can talk about how this dude acted by himself. Because I know for a fact he didn't act by himself. Facts. And I'm about to mod you up. 1 second. Oh, they want to act funny. I gotta go to the actual thing on YouTube. Here we go. 1 second. Yeah. Just in case, because I don't know why, bro, but every time I start talking about something like this, it'll be a weirdo who will show up. And, I really couldn't tell you what it's about. I couldn't say if it's the fact that they don't like the fact that I speak on things like this, because the fake shootings are killing people, bro. There's real people dying. You know what I'm saying? I won't call them fake shootings as much as it is they're lying to us about what actually happened. They need to keep it real, bro. You know what I mean? They really do need to keep it real, because that's the big beef right now that we're going through. You know what I'm saying? That's the big beef right now that we're going through. Give me 1 second. Let me pause this audio. Oh, it's already paused. Good. So check me out, family, while I look for you, that I mod you up real quick. Bang. There we go. Now you're modded. Took forever. I don't know why. But well, see, but bro, it's not even the crisis actors. It's they keep killing real people, bro. they're killing they're killing people. You know what I'm saying? They're really doing that. So it's like it might be a crisis actor, but Joe Blow, who lost their life, really got their shit pushed back. Like some of these people aren't fake people on TV crying. Like there's these are real people. You know what I'm talking about? Like it's it's so deep. Check me out, family. It's one thing for the shooting to not have went down the way that they claim. It's another thing for a person to say that it's completely just fabricated, just didn't take place at all. Like it's like, for example, I think it's more believable that this guy didn't act by himself, bro. I don't think this dude was by himself. I've been saying that since day one. This guy didn't act by himself. I know he's not. I know he wasn't by himself. But the thing is we have to go with what they've given us. Because the first reports was there were two people, and that makes what happened hella believable. One dude's driving, another guy's shooting. The one guy drops the other guy off, right? Picks up another vehicle. Boom. They do their goodbyes to each other. You know what I'm talking about? And they get their Hulkamania. It's been nice, brother. They do all their bullshit, and then old boy rolls out. He goes to the theater. The other guy leaves. Bam, boom, bang. I mean, it sounds sick, but really, it's more than likely what happened. You know, and the reason why I read that article about the little weak ass fire chief was to explain to you guys, because there was this fire chief who well, of course they're lying, bro. We already know they're lying, family. But there was a fire chief in Pennsylvania, follow me, bro, who didn't want to fire this dude who was associated with the Proud Boys, right? Listen, the township gave this dude notice and was like, yeah, he's got to go pretty much. Didn't fire him. Let him stay on. Check this out. So the township shuts down the whole fire station. All of y'all got to go. Now, I found it awkward because these are white people versus other white people. But you got to look at it from the other point of view of they're like, yo, bro, I can't get caught with that much mud on my hands. Because even if, listen, here's the bigger part of what I'm getting at, family, is even if the township is racist, as all get up, they got from under that. They said no. Because white been racist dudes like that lately who've been going around doing these shootings and shit. So they said, fuck that. We got to get from up under that right now. That was their only choice. That was their only option. That was it. But look though, bro, they got rid of a whole fire station because of one liability. One. Because the chief of the station was rocking with dude way too tough. Reckless. He was reckless. You feel me? He was reckless the way he was rocking with this dude. But he rocked with him so tough. That was it. That's it. Murder, she wrote. So, you see what I'm saying? Like, bro, these are all white people. But that's the thing, though, is how do How do they have the sense to get on the other side? Right on. And to me, they made themselves winners because where the fire company was the real winner, who knows how much free money they were getting, bro? Because you get a salary anyway. Okay, so check this out. The overall town was 50,000 people, right? But but the part where they were at in particular only housed 800 of the 50,000. So you got 37 people out of 50,000 who are servicing 800 of the 50,000. Somebody just didn't like how it was going down, bro. Whether it was a poor white dude in the town who was like, I can't take it no more, you know what I mean? Who has the political muscle to pull it off, or it was just somebody who has the wherewithal in their mind, who I'm gonna say this right here. Not every single white person is racist. So it's a good chance that one of the not racist white people with wherewithal and the political muscle, you know what I'm saying? Was like, you know what? I can't take that, because the last thing they need is for there to be a mass shooting with this jackass, right? And they didn't do nothing about it. So now they're in front of it. So if this dude goes crazy, now he should have been ERPO'd. Right. He should have been red flag immediately. Immediately. Right. See, but that's what I'm saying, though. That's why I tell black people to get out the way, bro, because when it goes down, there's gonna be white people who are laying each other out for shit that you have no idea about. It has nothing to do with you, has nothing to do with no race, has nothing to do with none of that. This is some good old-fashioned bad blood. Black people need to get in front of this, just like these people got in front of that situation. Black people need to get in front of what's going on right now. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, bro. But you're absolutely right, man. Them little ass towns, they know. Everybody knows everybody's business. They know whose granddaddy was a nigga. They know whose grandmama was a nigga. They never let him live it down. It's why he always got a shitty job. Even though he worked harder, he's smarter, he's this, he's that. But they're like, you're only all that because you got a nigga who's a granddaddy. You know what I mean? So they're not having none of that. They're not trying to hear it. You look white, but we all know better. And it takes a whole generation of people like that to die off, or their children to be more intrigued than to be disgusted, right? And then they indulge. Bro, I did videos over a year ago, almost 2 years ago, some of these videos, right? Explaining how some slaves, and they will never tell you who the parents are of the slaves. I'm against more black men than not. But a lot of these slaves could pass for white people who were escapees. So the reason why this is important is because if they could pass for white people 300-400 years ago, and black men get with white chicks now and have a baby that could pass for a white person, why do people think that 300 or 400 years ago a guy wouldn't have a baby? But their level of slavehood is not like niggas. Nobody's ever been a slave like black people have. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure in every race and every culture of the world, there has been slavery used to build their civilization. I'm quite sure. The Israelites had slaves. You know what I'm saying? You could argue that the Israelites enslaved the people of the land that they took over. Not gonna get into that. But I'm not gonna get into that. But I'm just saying, slaves are normal. Slaves are normal. If people believe it, so what? Bro, listen, family. Mexicans were slaves here. Chinese were slaves here. So what? They didn't get beat up. They were, listen. If you can find over 1,000 instances where they beat white people across the back and tried to bury it up, because we're talking about millions with black people, right on, where there's no denying it. They did it to niggas. You feel what I'm saying? Like an indentured servant is not a slave. Family, I know all about history in this country. They were never slaves like we were in this country. You know what I'm saying? They were at worst white trash, passing for white. We know we know they're not really a white person. So we're gonna throw them out there with niggas, but what octoroon, quadroon is really hanging with niggas? You know what I'm saying? I mean, like it's like 1 in 1,000 with them. You know what I'm saying? Like where they can actually keep up, let alone try to perform to the level. Cause uh, cause the Germans. Let's just use the Germans, and they're the best example to use. I will still contend with all the evil that they did in Africa. They're still the least racist of all the white people on Earth, on the entire planet. That's crazy to say, I know. The Germans. The reason why I say this is because they were the only group of Europeans openly opposed to slavery. Only group. They were the only group, the only ethnicity of people who openly opposed slavery in this land. I would argue that the first abolitionists were probably German. Real abolitionists. Irish abolitionists come after that, but we already know that Irish people come from dirty genetics anyway. And dirty genetics being that a lot of them have black ancestry. A lot of them have black ancestry. There's a reason why they're considered the niggers of Europe, but we're not going to get carried off into that right now because we're talking about the opposite side of the W. You know, well, they created those devices, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I believe what the scripture has written that they will, excuse me, that until their time be fulfilled, right? We're stuck like this, and even greater, because until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled, they're not going to realize that they've inherited lies, vanities, and nothing of any true profit. What better than for a majority of the population to be half strung out on dope, partially get their minds back right. You see what I'm saying? Just because they have to be somewhere in a state where they realize, like when I read that the Proud Boys really believe that they're to thank for the modern world today, I'm like, you mean the patent? You mean legal theft is to thank for the world today? Get the fuck out of here. See, let me tell you how stupid black Arabs are. Black Arabs are so damn dumb and so damn jealous of black people here in America that they didn't invest their money into black inventors. How suspect is that? And you think I'm supposed to feel bad for black Arabs across the sea now with the white man's boot up their ass? No, I don't. Nope, sure don't. Feel nothing for them. Right. See, people have to have the ability to have the audacity to see it like that. They're too afraid to say all these other groups that could have done something for black people, which is why the Most High God says that we have no helper. You know what I'm saying? Right. You got no friends. Of course. Of course. We have not a one friend. Not zero do we have. But that's the thing though, is black people are so used to not having friends that the same people who I'm so giddy about pointing out that they subjected us to the harshest form of indentured servitude that this world has known for a very long time, possibly ever. But I'm just going to argue in the last 1,000 years, nobody's been treated this way and then expected to be like this. You know, I was talking to Steven Jackson good brother of mine down there in California, and I was telling him how the Aborigines in New Zealand and Australia are given checks, right? And this is gonna break y'all heart when I tell y'all this shit. This is crazy. When I was in the Marine Corps, I was in the reserves. John Nakanakagi, he was from Fiji. He's a brother. And John told me, he said, you know what's crazy, Jones? I said, what, John? He said, man, he said, you know that there are people who live in New Zealand and Australia who are Aborigines who get checks? He said, black people in America don't get no check. He said, but the people in New Zealand do. He said, these guys are so fucked up from what happened to them that they'll buy a new car, $30,000, $40,000. This is in 2009, 2010, 2011. So appreciate the value of that sort of money. Inflate it, whatever. These motherfuckers get a brand new car and crash it out of spite. Out of spite. Crash the vehicle. Go buy another one. That's the kind of money they're getting, but they're so fucked up that they don't have the mind to do anything with the money. Word? See what I'm saying? They've probably given those people in New Zealand enough money to actually combat the government. And Australia to combat the government. But because they're so fucked up, a lot of them. See, you'll never hear these stories. You'll never hear these stories. You got to hear it from somebody who knows somebody who's been there. You know what I'm talking about? And when bro told that to me, my heart was broke. I was like, wow, what? They're so broken that they don't have the mind and wherewithal, right, to combat the poverty of their people with the resources that they're given. Could you imagine being given enough money where you could crash a $40,000 car and have the confidence that you could buy another one? Anyway, because they're on the other side of winning. They lost so much that by the time they did the lap around, but maybe they're too far back to see a win, you know what I'm saying, in sight. Maybe they're just too far back, right? Maybe they just don't have the, you know what I mean? But I do feel bad for them though. That breaks my heart, you know. And there's people who are probably angry because that's not them, you know. There's probably people who are jealous because that's not them. But I'm neither jealous nor angry. I'm more hurt by the fact that they're so hurt that they can't even put it together, you know. And that just speaks to the level that they were treated. Okay. Yeah, bro. But that's what I'm saying, though. They look at the difference between how we're built and how they're built. These are black Aboriginals and the natives here and the Aboriginals here. They're so broken. The government's like, we give them as much money as we want to give them. They're never going to contest us. They're never going to get on their feet. Got nothing to lose. Am I tripping? And that's the real danger of a lot of this stuff, is that we're in a position where people will never see that the side they're on could potentially be the winning side. You know, they're too far back. They're just too far. They're too far out of the spectrum of the win. This is the win. This is the other side of winning. You know, and if you're too far back, sometimes all you can see is that losing side. You know, it's a horrible place to be in. Let me speak to a few more things. I load up my peace pipe and laugh about all of this. See, mental health integrity is not as bad as they make it out to be. It's actually quite simple. Either you have a strong mind or you have a weak one. Right on? Either you have a strong will or you have a weak will. A person who's strong will not be coerced as easily as somebody who's weak willed into activity that is reckless. There, I have a hard time believing that a person who's truly sensible, a person who's truly, what's the word I'm looking for? Intelligible, is going to put themselves somewhere where they don't need to be if they don't need to be there. I've been in a lot of bad situations. I've seen people do a lot of stupid things. I've seen drunks, okay, full blown in the middle of their drunken rage, walk up to the edge of the street, realize traffic is coming, come back to their full wherewithal, wait for traffic to suspend itself, walk across the street, and go right back to their drunkenness. See, sometimes you have to just know what a victory is. You understand? There's a lot of people who don't realize that staying alive is a victory. That's not an illegitimate win. That's a legitimate, substantial win because you've managed to do something that another person probably won't. Do you know these rich and famous people wish to God all the time, especially the ones who have all these diseases, wish to God that they just had a healthy body? That's it. They would give up all the money to be healthy, but they'll never be healthy. So guess what? They won't give up the money. Right. They'd give anything to be you. You think you're not healthy because everything that you would rather eat, you don't get to eat. You think you could be better off because you're so hard on yourself. But I'm telling you, there's people right now who have far more substance than you and I do, who wish to God every day they could wake up in our body and we wake up in theirs. Because suffice it to say, money can't cure everything. You can't. Your money can't buy a man's morality. And what if that doctor who can heal you is a doctor who has based his work on morals? Right. Why would they foreseeably do something like that? It'd be stupid. Black people, I ask you one thing to do this week, this next week, really coming up. Pay attention to the prices of everything. Pay attention to the prices of everything. Wait for October 5th to come around. Wait to hear and see what happens with President Trump and China. I think we're going to be on the other side of winning. Nest egg what you can to the side. I don't indulge in holiday seasons. Uh, Not here, at least, not anymore. So I haven't for years. You know, the most I do is cook, but I cook all the time, so I'm not doing anything that I wouldn't do out of the ordinary. You know what I mean? Uh, that's it. So I'm telling y'all, is just put some change to the side and let me just go ahead and throw this out here. The real reason why I have a beef with the people who want reparations, give me 1 second. All right. Take your word for it. Some of these cats, we're talking about reparations, don't know what the hell they're talking about. I don't need anything that has a person's face on it that could become totally valueless. It can't become worthless. Whatever I want can't lose all of its value. Whatever is going to be given to me can't lose all of its value. The dollar, by the moment, loses its value. I don't want that thing. I want the silver. I want the gold. If you don't want the silver and the gold, I want it for you. It's the problem. All these guys out here talking about cut the check, cut the check. Sounding like, man, sounding special as hell when they say that. The check's not going to fix black people. And as much as they think an apology wouldn't do, a true heartfelt, we are sorry for everything we put you through, will do a lot more than not saying it at all. What'd you give me the money for if you didn't do anything wrong? Why would you reward me with all these things if you didn't do anything wrong? Right. So speak to your wrongdoing. Admit your evils and your ills. Right. That's part of the reparations. This is why I tell you guys, they can just fall on the sword and die. And then I'll take what I want. They don't have to say sorry to me, because if they just died, that would be reparations. I'd feel better. Just like that. Any black person who's like, oh, they don't have to die for reparations, they don't really want real reparations. My ancestors died, homie. My people died, homie. I'm sorry, blood for blood. That's the only way they can get out of this one. And if you're not talking like that, if you're not telling your so-called black voices shit like that, you're not telling them nothing. You're just sitting around being another freaking person in the audience, in the crowd, who they can subject to whatever it is that they're saying, to whatever it is that they're trying to say. They're not wrong for you believing them. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to fault them for that. I'm not going to fault those dudes for that. I fault them for not keeping it 1,000. There's a big difference. Big difference. I fault them for way different things. You know, they don't keep it funky enough ever. And then when they do try to keep it partially funky, they're always talking about money at the end. You know, always talking about how black people need to properly aggregate their funds. And I'm like, why are you begging black people? If we have 2% of the overall wealth, a majority of the 2% is with entertainers and athletes. What are you talking about? See what I'm saying? So it's like, and don't bother me with that. Oh, your ancestors broke off all the, and where the fuck are we at? Nowhere and fast. After all those donations, you bitch about the black church, but if the black church can't do it, what makes them think that they can do it? What makes them think that they're going to have, listen, these guys are preaching against morals. They're telling you don't need morals. The black church was built on people who had morals and lost them. And if these niggas don't have any morals, what makes you think they're going to do the right thing once they get the fucking money? This is this shit I'm talking about. It's crazy. It's madness. And people have to be on the other side of winning, right? They have to be on the far end spectrum of winning to see that. It's crazy. You need morals. You need values. You're not going to tell me that you can build something without a foundation. That's nonsense. Your morals are your foundation. Your values are your foundation. That is your code. If you have a code, you have morals. So if you say stay on code, that means keep the morals that we've established. So you can, and once again, this is why I try to say that these guys want it both ways, man. If I talk about Pookie and Ray Ray, I've lived a life that is a distinguished Pookie or Ray Ray. Okay, distinguished if that's the case, straight hybrid. Because I could easily be, I could right now I could call a couple people and be out there in the streets doing some shit. And got no business doing. But that's the difference, though, is that a lot of these guys were never that person, and they make fun of them and they talk bad about them, not realizing like, hey, this dude might not have got all the financial opportunities that you got. This guy might not have actually been in the same circumstance that you were in. And the pressure they felt may have felt more to them. Even if it may have been less to you, it felt like that to them. And these people will overlook that. I had an intellectual disagreement earlier with somebody in another people in a man's comment section. And long story short, short story shorter, dude was talking about how this black mother emasculated her son by how she chose to go about his activity during a protest. Now, let me go ahead and say this right here. This same individual is quick to call the individuals like this young man Pookies and Ray Rays, demons and devils. But now his mother's emasculating him because the last thing she wants is for her baby to be Mike Brown. Right? So I guess that doesn't fucking matter. I guess all that matters is that she's a single mom. She fucked up. She fucked up. She fucked the pooch, I guess. Because nothing else matters but that, huh? That she's a single mom. Don't even elaborate as to how she became a single mother, but will nitpick and will lambaste the woman for that. As opposed to saying that she did the right thing by trying to protect her son from a potential danger. Maybe her judgment as to how she went about it was wrong, but most definitely her intent was right. What? And then you use a punk ass dude like Jay-Z, a traitor to the black community, a motherfucker who on record will tell you I sold poison to other black people, a nigga who will tell you he let his own daddy die, could have paid the hospital bills for his father, let him die. The same man that you're upset because you was brought up in a single household to you don't save. But once again, though, these cats will nitpick the shit that they want to talk about. So one moment they're a Pookie and a Ray Ray, the next moment they're being fucking emasculated. I don't even know where to begin. Because you can't have it both ways. You can't be on the winning side and the losing side and then try to argue it from both angles. No. That's called duplicity. That's called being duplicitous, two-sided, two-faced. They don't want to hear that. That's the truth. And because they can't take one of those on the chin and say, you know what, bro, I was wrong for implying the information the way I implied it. You're absolutely right, bro. You're absolutely right. I'm wrong for that one, family. Because these are the same people who I call trash and garbage on any other instance and circumstance. And now I want to use them to bolster another point of view. Where I don't know. And the person who came at me, I felt some type of way because the owner of the channel deleted one of my comments. Right on? I was like, wow. So you're going to keep everything they have up to this bitch, but you're going to delete one of my comments, right? It's whole shit like that. Whole ass nigga shit like that. But I didn't fucking make it a big deal. I didn't fucking come here and even make a video or even talk about it. You see what I'm saying? It's just in passing, I can bring it up that this stuff happened. This happened today. And it's just amazing to me that this is how these black people think, so-called black people. See, I'm a nigga, okay? Y'all see me, right? You see him. I'm he. I'm who I say I am. These other cats, they got a picture of their profile, but you know how many mixed dudes I done seen who look black from a view, and then you get up on them and they don't look black no more. Right on. You know how many? You know how many of them is like that with? They're just not really who they say they are, and I feel some type of way. I feel insulted because I don't speak to the struggles of Hispanics or Asians or anybody else. Right on. And I understand that in this society, white people told biracial, admixture people that they're black. But the truth be told, if you don't have a black father, you're not as black as a person with a black father and a black mother is. If you don't have a black mother and you have a black father, you're not as black as a person with a black mother and a black father is. You're just not. Like, even if these are people who are from a different gene pool, genotype of black, you're still not as black as them. You feel what I'm saying? And and these dudes are. It's not just the dudes; it's the chicks. But a lot of these people are sick because they've been on the other side of winning for so long. So they know what it takes to get to that winning circle. They know what it takes to, you know what I mean? A lot of these guys grew up in single mother households. That's a trigger, right? A lot of these guys had their mothers do things to them that they wish that their mother never did that they think is embarrassing. That's a trigger, right? What about the fact that, what about the fact that you're not supposed to be uh, a burden to your mother? Right on? You're not. You're not supposed to make it hard on your mom. So the fact that all these guys go around here, some of them live up under their mama, right? You know, and I'm not knocking nobody who stays with their parents, but I'm knocking anybody who lives with their parents who knocks their parents. It's one thing if you live with them. It's another thing if you're bad mouthing them and you live with them. You're out of fucking pocket. You're out of place. You should be bad mouthing your parents. No how, no way, no shape or form. If you're going to be honest, that's one thing, right on. But for you to be living somewhere where you stay with somebody for free, essentially, or for a much reduced price, and then to speak on them, you out of. It's just like you're out of you're way out of your lane, and then it's just like a lot of these dudes have jobs where they work for white people. You know, bro, been saying that for so long, and that is the truth. Everybody wants to be one until it's time to be one. You're so right, man. You know, you're so right. And this is my thing is like it kind of makes me sad because this dude, I'm pretty sure dude is mixed. If dude is not mixed, he thinks that people who are and people who are light skinned, he thinks that they're more attractive. He believes this in his own mind because of the information that he projects, right? Um, I find that insulting because I have a light skinned parent and my mom is my color. And I'm brown. You know what I mean? My light's not on, so I can't stress to you like how but I'm brown. You know what I mean? Neither dark nor light. But to some people I'm dark. To some people I'm light. I always think it's funny when I'm either one. I think I'm in the middle. Um, I've always thought that people, right? Pseudo sucker shit. Thank you, bro. Thank you, my nigga, man. Right. Right. The beauty is literally in the eye of the beholder. If a black dude don't think black women are attractive, that's on him. You know, I'm not the blacker the berry is sweeter the juice type, but I've known some fine I'm talking black as a tire black girls and fine as can be. So that's not, you know what I mean? That's a that's a that's a formality. What up, sister? But just because people can't stand, man, that that we're on this side of the dub and not the other side, right? They're haters. One moment. So it's just one of those things, y'all. We're living in the moment now, Uh, we're living in the here and now. Just realized it's getting dark on my screen. Too dark in here. I don't want to look like I'm a vampire or nothing like that. Exactly what it says. The other side of winning, big sister. I've talked about a bunch of different stuff, but it's just all these things encompass. So let me go ahead and do it again. It's winning. It's losing. Opposite side of winning is obviously the loss, but the other side of winning is just the further spectra within the win and giving gravity to the things that take place within all these different little circumstances. Case in point, how the guy who lost his mind this week in Texas, though I'm sure there was more than one shooter or more than one assailant, we'll just blame the one guy. And what it brings into question is how well trained is the man? See, sister, most people wouldn't ask that question. Most people would be like, that doesn't even make sense to ask. But if you look at it with a very, very careful, very analytical eye, the wisest question that one could actually ask. See, we've all watched action movies, things like that. We've seen movies where people are in high-speed pursuits shooting at one another. And the directors of the movie, the people who are producing the movie, wanted to have a sense of reality that guys aren't shooting in a moving vehicle and they're just dead on accurate. So the fact that a person could be in a vehicle that was at speeds of up to 100 miles or better, had the ability to shoot. Here, false flag. Here's the thing, though, bro. Real people got killed, family. like people really die. You know what I mean? When this shit happens, uh, when that brother got killed in Walmart, you know, by the little crazy little white boy, Michael Dretka or whatever his name is, right? Nobody called that a false flag shooting. He got blasted. You feel me? You know what I'm talking about? They don't call those false flags. So I'm even less apt to call people getting killed false flags, more as black ops. You know what I mean? It's all black ops. That's the only way I can really put it, because false flag will give some people, and I know what you mean, false flag, and I totally agree, but to a person who's not really read up on it, they'll think that nobody died. They'll think that, that, oh, all those people are still living somewhere and they just got moved from one state to another, where it's like, no, somebody's relative is really making funeral plans. You know what I'm saying? Uh, uh, false flag is accurate because it was a false flag thing that happened in California with the deputy. But I could, once again, if I call it black ops, it gives a larger umbrella to what's taking place in front of us. You know. Oh, of course I already know what's good. Man, come on, man. I already know, bro. It's suspect and highly questionable, but to mitigate real deaths and real tragedy and real suffering, I would be disrespectful in that regard. You know, um, um, because that's what they really are, man. I mean, these black op operations are so complicated, bro. That's just like if you go back to the Dayton shooting. Listen, man, come on, bro. Dayton, 9 people dead, over 2 dozens injured, and he's dead in under 30 seconds. Nigga, this ain't Call of Duty. I don't give a fuck how close all these people are. I just can't believe that there's not one brave person, 2 brave people to charge this guy, make him panic. That's what makes me know that there was more than one shooter. Right on? And that by the time the police had engaged, this one dude, the other guy had peeled off. But here's the thing though, bro. What if the black dude really suppressed him? That's the craziest part about what you're saying is that I feel you, but I also look at it from the angle of if it's black ops, maybe he's trained, maybe he's an agent because there was but bro, there's so many reasons. There's so many reasons. There's so many reasons. You know what I mean? There's so many reasons. Uh, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying, bro. I've heard of the same. I've heard a lot of the same things. Haven't seen the video with the cops putting on fake blood or anything like that, but I've heard a lot of the speculatory views. But just to give it the edification that it needs, um, he's a federal informant, right? So check this out. I thought it was awkward. In Philly this week, undercover agent almost gets killed, right? Now, I had already said that what happened with this dude was drug related. You know what I'm saying? Or had to do with some cops who were in on the take. What are the chances that there was a guy who was killed earlier this week who they believe there was a guy who was killed earlier this week in Philly, and they believe that the guy who shot at the cops is the same dude who killed him. Now, this is all close to the same area where my man was clapping on the cops. Now, why I bring this all to the forefront is it only further edifies the questions of, well, if he's one dude and he suppressed all these officers, right? Clearly, it's not a case of mental illness because he could have shot at anybody he wanted to shoot at. Right. So how do you distinguish a person who's crazy with the mental illness and a person who's just crazy? What you're gonna say because they shot indiscriminately? That they're, you see what I'm saying, bro? Like it's so deep, man. But the other side of winning, though, like I was telling the sister Tammy Bowser, is it can be seen and dissected and depicted from so many different points of view. Just like bro saying, it looks like it's not real. Like it looks like something else took place to make these events fall into to shape, not what they're trying to point out. All this shit is just too much, man. There's too many people losing their mind. I'm not gonna say they're even being triggered. I want to say some of these people are like being activated. You that's what they do in terrorist cells. Like the really really good ones, like the CIA, right? Because they're a terrorist cell. Not sure if you guys know that. What they'll do is how they'll activate somebody, right? They'll take you and they'll condition you. And in your conditioning, certain words will become what we know as trigger words, right? Now, they'll create a phrase that is so unlikely for anybody to say, right? And they might even put it in a different language and control the environment that you're in, everything, just so that way they can activate you themselves. What I do believe is there have been people who have been MK Ultra trained, don't realize it, and have been activated, and they're acting out. And they're acting out. I mean, I know it sounds like it's far-fetched. I know it seems like I'm reaching a little bit, but it's just like you're saying. They're instantly hypnotized. I mean, one a while back, and I'm trying to articulate this the best I can without getting too excited. A while back, I was saying how the CIA will they'll microdose food, they'll microdose the frequencies, everything with a particular frequency that's meant to affect a certain body type, a certain chemical structure, right? A certain genotype, all these things, right? So that way they know they're only going to get to one in 1 billion. You know what I'm saying? 1 in 500 million, right? You know, and the activation process might only be partial. So they send out these microdoses in macro numbers, okay? And then in the macro numbers, when people on take it, right? The thing is they increase the ability of a person having multiple triggers set off at once. When multiple triggers are set off at once successfully, you have characters like the guys who were in Texas, like the fellow who lost his mind in California, like the other guy who lost his mind in Dayton, and like all the countless number of victims to road rage in the last 3 years, and all the other people who have been killed at Walmarts. I said over a year ago, or just about a year ago, that Walmarts were going to become a hotbed for shootings. I literally said this. Like, it's so scary that things that I have said are coming to fruition almost the way that I see them coming to fruition. I didn't imagine, let's say, like mass shootings like that. I imagine shootouts at Walmart, more or less. But this doesn't top that, but this is just in that same area and region of ballpark. And you have these people once again who are MK Ultra'd up, losing their minds. And we're on the opposite side, okay? All right, we're on the opposite side. So, excuse me, we're on this side. We're on the losing side right now. And we're trying to double back all the way around because it's harder to climb that losing fence and get to the winning side than it is to take the long road all the way around with no obstructions and then just to get within view of seeing what it takes to get to the win. All right. And we're seeing with our own two eyes that there have been more people in a 365-day period who have, for no explainable reason, lost their minds. Walmart has been a hotbed for all sorts of nonsense. They should be ashamed of themselves. You know, when the first spate of killings took place all over the United States, that should have prompted them to fire some of their greeters or porters, whatever you want to call them, and hire armed security. They didn't do that. They paid dearly. Um, they're pathetic. They really are pathetic. But more pathetic than them are the people who fail to see the big picture. Like, you don't have a problem seeing there's a lot of people, bro, who don't want to stand back and say, okay, strike three for mental health and gun violence, but why is it that we seem to be stuck in this rut where all these guys have these mental issues, and then why aren't none of them on paperwork? And then why can't we see that them being under paperwork doesn't do anything, serves no purpose? It's all just a means to hope to disarm people. Oh, I'm sure, bro. I'm sure they're still doing that now. They found what was it? like 2 weeks ago or something like that. Hundreds. It was either like $200,000 or $100,000, something like that, of like cocaine and bananas, right, out here in Washington at a Safeway, right, at a few different Safeways. Might even been more money than that. Might have been like $1 million. Anyway, it was a lot of money, right? A lot of money worth of cocaine that they found in bananas. I wouldn't be surprised that Walmart. I wouldn't be surprised that Walmart has been in on it. Cocaine, sister. Yayo is cocaine. I love it. I love it. No, I'm sorry to laugh. That was too funny. That tickled me. That tickled me legitimately. But yeah, where we've got to get to now, really, really, really now, as Black people, there's a couple different places. The first is knowing that we can't help everybody else. Now, I'm sure you've heard the term before. When you don't hear something in a while, sometimes it be like that. But that goes back to the heyday for sure. That's going back to your heyday. So that's that's when that goes back. But we've got to be aware. We've got to really be aware. We really do. It's it's an important thing for Black people to we got to see this stuff as it is. Okay, we cannot be blindsided. Um, and they're trying to blindside us. All the mental health talk is meant to blindside people. All the gun violence talk is meant to blindside people. If they mitigate the ability for people to own firearms, that's not just going to be limited to white men. That's going to be limited to. I need Black people to look at this. The number of Black men that are already locked up, right? And I read this article maybe a week ago, speaking on how they believe there's more Black men in the U.S. who were locked up than there are women in the entire world. Did you hear me? There are more Black men locked up than there are women in the entire world. So Black men have to understand that a large contingency of your fighting forces are already behind bars. Already. A large contingency of your fighting forces, even if they were out at this rate, couldn't legally own a firearm. So if you think that the white man is going to let you get 50-50, neck and neck, or anywhere where they feel, because to the white man's eyes, every one of you niggers is good for about 4 or 5 of them. That's how they look at it. Not 2 to 3, no, about 4 to 5. This is why white dudes still to this day aren't known for going around and jumping on Black people like they used to be. Now, Black people have a hard time believing that they're only 13% of the population, but how is it that you think that white people used to do the shit that they did to you? Because you weren't even 13% of the population. I think they used to inflate our numbers. I mean, bro, but I'm not even sure we're at 13 or 14%. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm at. I'm not even sure we're that high. If you count all the admixture people, sure, maybe. But if you're talking about straight up Black people, regardless of their gene pool, regardless if they're Aboriginal, foreign brought slave, Gentile, whatever, still, I don't know if we even account for 13%, bro. Because when I look at the numbers, when I just look at how outnumbered I am here in Washington, I'm just like, damn, there's hella everybody else. And whenever I see Black people and I see a bunch of us, I always get excited. I always get happy. I'm like, yeah, here we go. Because then I know I'm not by myself. I know if something drastic were to happen, I know in the immediate vicinity, I'm not all by myself. That's how it goes. I mean, black enclaves don't feel that way. But it's like dudes who lived in Philly their whole life have no more room to talk about a guy like me. You know what I'm saying? You know, right? So I'm saying, yeah, bro. You know, I live in Washington, man. Washington State has, oh my goodness, it's like 80% white or something like that, bro. If not more. I want to say the overall black population is like 7% here, something like that. It's not that high, right? It's really low, if that. I think that number is exaggerated. You know, I think that number is contingent with Africans, not actual black people, which is what I'm like, holy shit. You know, it's deep. When you actually look at the number of people that we really don't actually have that many. Because there are states where for towns and towns and towns and towns on end, there's a sprinkle of a Mexican or a black person here or there, but largely and partly white. So many Africans or so many white people, sister? Because the Africans are here because they're not just a buffer class, but they're actually literally trying to replace us. Okay, so let me explain that right there. The Russians and other Eastern European bloc white people have more to do with the influx of white people in the last 30 years than any other group of white folks from Europe. Period, hands down. Now, the reason why you see a lot of them, you wouldn't know that they're Russian. You wouldn't know that they're Moldavian. You wouldn't know that they're Ukrainian. You know what I'm saying? Um, um, but they're moving out here, and they're moving to places like that. You know what I'm saying? They're going everywhere because they look like who? They look like regular white people. And if they speak good English, you'll never know unless they break into that shit in front of you. Right on, you'll be like, what the hell did he just say? You feel me? Talking about Uzveznos. You feel me? Then lost you. You're like, oh wow, thought he was American. Until that, you feel me? Thought he was American until that, for sure. So I always think it's just crazy that these cats come here and they're able to go any and everywhere. Because they have a cousin or an uncle or their dad or somebody moved here before and they started a construction company and they'll get the company started in somebody else's name. Well, bro, I mean, I'm not saying that Russians are bad people. I don't have any gripes against the Russians. I always say, if you've ever listened to my stuff, like I know you have, you know how I feel that Vlad Putin, you know, in particular, Russia, China, and Iran are going to come and ransack this bitch one day, someday in the soon future. I don't give a fuck if Donald Trump tries to stop him or not. They're not going to stop him, okay? I'm just waiting for it to happen. I would advise for y'all to get your big boy and big girl britches on for that day because it's coming. However, they have no reason to be mean to you, bro. They know what you've been through. They understand. Listen, these are people who are coming from a country where, like, brutality is so freaking normal. Was so freaking normal for a long time that, like, when they look at slavery and they look at the time period that slavery took place in, they're like, there's no reason. Yeah, bro, I understand that, but that's the point, though. Follow me. You have a group of people who are history's not lost on the Russians. Okay, your history as a slave in this country is not lost on them. Zero, big fat donut. The reason why it's not lost on them is because Not only do Russian people believe that they come from black people, and I'll get into that way, way later one of these days, but ultimately, Russians can see the grievance that you have as a black person. See, it's once again, bro, all the brutality. This is a country who in the middle of the chaos of people breaking away from the Soviet Union had to declare their own power and keep their niche. You see what I'm saying? And they kept it by being exceedingly violent and brutal. They had to. It was the only way. Those were the times. When they look back at slavery, and then and these guys are aware of some of the horror stories that have went down in this country, and they look at you, the fact that you're able to walk around and you aren't Molotov cocktailing, you aren't pipe bombing, you aren't holding hostage the senators, they're like, black people have recovered quite well from slavery, mentally, at least on the outside of it. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, bro. But your struggle is a formidable struggle. You see what I'm saying? It's not a it's not a everybody can't go through what black people have been through, family. You know, this is that other side of winning. Also, if you just want to go from that angle, where okay, we're freed from slavery, so called, right? But now let's look at all the other things that have happened to black people since being freed from slavery. Jim Crow, I don't think would have happened to black people while they were slaves. It was already Jim Crow pretty much. Black Wall Street could have never happened. Tuskegee experiment could have never happened. America foreseeably would have lost both of the world wars that it was in, so they would have never won World War One. Foreseeably would have never been a World War Two to have to fight. I mean, when you look at the other side of the win of all the things that black people have had to go through since that win, on the other side of it, all those things that equivalent to victory to us, for us, sometimes they don't look like the victory. Sometimes they look like they're on this side of it, but really they're on this side. But when you start to look at the black man's life, that coin just flips all over. It has no consistency. One day in this country, it was the best thing for a black man to be an inventor and industrious. And then one day it wasn't. And we haven't been inventive and industrious virtually since. At one point in time, black people were extremely politically savvy. Then we realized how purposeless that was. Haven't been as politically savvy since. These are just basic things I'm pointing out. Things I know that we all already know that are important to reinvigorate into our minds. See, I always wonder what black men would say if they were still enslaved. Would they still be blaming black women then for every fucking little thing that they go through? Stub his pinky toe. It's a black woman's fault. It wouldn't have been there if there wasn't black women on this earth. Sounding ass niggas. They sound pathetic. And the black chicks sound just as pathetic. To say, oh, well, since black men don't want to build and don't want to do anything for black women, if she wants to go find love elsewhere and go find men who want to build elsewhere, she can't. She sounds just as stupid as the first motherfucker. Just as stupid. Just as stupid. Because it's chicks like her that is the reason why black dudes are called simps in the first place. There would be no simps if black women didn't step out of bounds the way that they do. Right. Dudes act like single mothers are brand new. I can open up the scripture right now. Read to, I'm pretty sure it was Elijah during his day, where like all these chicks were freaking widowers or widows. Okay? All of them. Most of them are widows because of the wars that were going on. What? You think single motherhood is new? Come on now. But these are the same guys who talk out the side of their esophaguses, excuse me, because there's more than one of them. And they don't know nothing. It is not new to this world. It is not new to black people. I'm sorry. I know nobody wants to hear that. I'm not saying that y'all don't want to hear that, but there's people like them who are totally turned off and disgusted by that very fact. Because then they're like, oh, you're defending single mothers. But then I could also be defending what you call deadbeat dads, all in the same premise. So you can't have it both ways. Right. Right. There were more women who were made single mothers because of the penal system than there were men who left the home. Let me repeat myself. There are more women right now whose children don't have a father because he's locked up in prison over a petty ass crime. Some shit he probably had no business doing. I will say he probably had no business doing, but still petty. As opposed to a black man who actually said, you know what, I don't want to be here. There's more wanted children than there are unwanted children. Let me go ahead and state that. Hate when people say unwanted. I hate that term, unwanted children. They wanted to have sex. I know that. Can't tell me they didn't want to do that. The only unwanted children you can even contend are children that come from rape. Suckers. And they're afraid because it's the truth. It's okay. I'd rather tell them the truth than to lie to them. There's no such thing. It's in their mind. Sex was created by the Most High to increase the population. I've never read that it's for your pleasure. Never. But once again, I'm just one guy. But this is the problem that they're having, though. They think that because they didn't create the children that the single mother has, that they're not part of that equation, but yet they live in that society, in that neighborhood. They think that, well, I have nothing to do with that. Well, say that and stand by that. But stand by it so much so on the point that you don't go around here victimizing single mothers because you want to lay up with them. And then say it's not my responsibility to take care of that child. But you want to lay with their mother? So the least you could do is be righteous to the child and do right by the child. See, once again, though, it works all the same for women, okay, who don't have children and they want to be with the guy and he already has children. And that chick wants to be with that dude, she's going to have to deal with that situation. Because she's going to have to put herself in the shoes of the other woman and say, okay, if I was upset with this man, how would I act? Would I act like her? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, but I can see why she's acting this way, or I don't understand, but still, I accept that she's acting like this, so there's nothing I can do but work with it. However, you have people with that kind of mindset. You have people with the mindset that single mothers are the devil, and they're the worst thing to happen in America since slavery. But, I mean, there were single mothers on the plantation the men died, hard work, passed away like that, forced to raise their children virtually by themselves. I don't hear nobody crying a river for them. I don't hear nobody building a brick wall to protect them either or see it. People should be totally and utterly ashamed of themselves, completely ashamed of themselves, and no other word for it. Because as a man, when I look at that situation and I stand back once again from this, we'll just go from the general winning side, and I hone in on, okay, if single mothers are winners, because people claim that they are, though, oh man, everything goes their way. Okay, well, they don't have a man to protect them for the most part. Uh, their children, a lot of the time, are rebellious. Um, unless they have an overwhelmingly supportive financial job, they're normally burdened financially. What else? I mean, yeah. So, I mean, when I look at it from the winning side, right? Or you can say the losing side, it's all one side to me. I just have to say to myself that maybe these guys aren't standing back far enough to look at it, because all they see is somebody who's in control of the entire household, who's telling everyone what to do, who gets a government check every month, right on, and gets to claim her children on taxes and gets thousands of dollars each year. Because they're too close to the win. They need to stand back, son. And see what it takes to get to that so-called victory that they think that she's claimed. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm right, though. The term unwanted children, though, is a direct slight to every single one of you, because to say that is to say that there could have been a time when during the pregnancy, your parents might have felt like, I don't want this child. There could have been times when we were little children, our parents felt like, I don't want this child. That's escapism in its finest form. That really is escapism. Um, I'm going to say this right here, and I'm going to pretty much be done. I can't wait till people can accuse the government of having a victimhood mentality, you know, of acting like they're victims of these mass shootings and that they're just as flabbergasted and surprised as everyone else is, when they've created an environment and circumstances that have in all and all but saying have totally encouraged everything that has happened. The same way that they accuse black women of having a victimhood mentality after being single mothers. Right? Are they going to like being accused of victimhood mentalities when they get red flagged? Quit acting like a victim, bro. You apparently did something wrong. They wouldn't red flag you for no reason, right? So, and I'm not saying that to be coy. I say that seriously. I say that extremely seriously. Because it's easy to criticize me or to look at my situation and say, "Oh, I'll never be like that. I'll never be in his situation." Well, that's easy to say now because you're not in my situation, you know. But the last thing you'd want to be is in my situation, right? And then now you can finally see what I'm saying on the other side of it, right? Because now you've had time to stand back and look and be like, "Oh wow, this actually doesn't make any sense that a person who's not a mental health consultant and specialist and professional can deem that you have a mental health issue. Right. Right. It's okay. The same thing that they're doing to black women right now, and the same thing that they do to these so-called Pookies and Ray Rays. Because they act like Pookie and Ray Ray asked for crack cocaine to be in their hood. They act like Pookie popped out the womb and was like, boy, there better be an 8-ball waiting for me when I turn 14. Listening to these guys, that must be what it is. You know, Ray Ray was just like, couldn't wait to kill somebody. You know what I'm saying? Couldn't wait. It's just, so when that's the case, I guess I'm forced to say, I'm put in the position to have to say that, like, yeah, you know, when they're finally on the receiving end of someone accusing them of something that is not even, it's not even bona fide, it's not even dignified, yet they're accusing you of this. Nobody stands up for Ray Ray and says, you know what, Ray Ray, I know for a fact you didn't bring none of that cocaine into your neighborhood or those guns. And Pookie, I know for a fact you didn't know nothing about no underground gambling. Okay? All right? So they have it all messed up. What's popping, bro? But because they will put you in a position, put me in a position to have to choose who's of, once again, they say there's no such thing as morals. They will argue that there's no morality, yet will contend this Pookie and Ray Ray argument. I just think it's childish, man. It's not just childish, it's stupid, but it's just, I don't understand it. I don't get it, you know? And it's not going to be until they're on the other side of this situation where the winning side is once again the who was it called? Law enforcement, I guess, in this instance, or the policymakers. You know, they would be the direct beneficiaries of a person being placed under an ERPO, or society. But my point isn't even that. My point is really, what are people going to do when the same women that they've been accusing of being beneficiaries or benefactors of the system, when they're like, oh, you know, she only acts like that because, you know, she gets government aid. She only does that because, you know, because the government pays for it. What are these guys who talk like that going to do, right? When those same women who they were talking bad about now need their help. But hold on, these same men have now had their false confidence, which is a gun license or the ability to have a firearm, taken from them. Then what? See, it's easy to say these things because they feel like they're able to protect themselves still. That's really the ultimate piece to everything that they say. But in actuality, when they realize that you're going to be just as incapable of protecting yourself, let alone your women or the children, then we're going to see how they feel. You see what I'm talking about? We're going to see if they really believe in so-called mental health arguments at that point. You see if they even give a damn about it. Not enough of them have been adversely affected. Let me point out just how full of shit some of your leaders are. One of my least favorite guys to troll, but I have to. Yes, I'm a professional troll, just in case you didn't know. And one of the guys I have to troll repetitiously just to make sure that he's at least being 10% honest is Tariq Nasheed. Now, the reason why I troll this man is because he said one of the most flabbergasting things I've ever heard a black man say. And he said, and I quote, he said, these white supremacists will go and rape black women and have black children. And I stopped and I paused for a moment. I said, so he believes that black people come, as long as it comes from a black woman's vagina, right? Or a black man's nuts, they're black. This is his mentality. But that mentality was one that was taught to him by white people. But yet he claims that white supremacy is in charge, but you haven't abandoned one of their basic tenets that they want you to believe. Come on now. I'm not lying to you guys. You guys can listen to the man's work. You can just go look up his work and listen to him. You don't believe me? He'll say this. He'll say that people who have a non-black father, right on, are black still. See, you can't have it both ways. A chick can't be a bed wench and the children be black from the white man. So what's the problem? I don't get it. If the kids are black, how is he really a white supremacist? Can anybody help me understand that? Will anybody help me to understand that? To overstand it, if you will, please. Because I'm trying. Once again, I'm just on the other side of winning. And I have had a lot of time to stand back and look at what they're saying from a distance, not so close up. That's the issue we're having here, black man, black woman. I've lost a lot of respect for a lot of these so-called people. I've realized more and more and more, it's a really good thing that I don't have a bunch of people who are sub to me. I have the liberty to say what I want. I don't have to worry about being flagged down so much. As long as I don't go bothering certain people from certain channels, then my stuff really won't get flagged. So yeah, but I do troll people, and I troll a lot of the black YouTubers, the black people, and a lot of the people they have listening to them are black people. I don't bother with the sellout black dudes for the most part, or the sellout black chicks for the most part. Hell, I even troll Yvette Carnell, but I almost never say anything to her. Virtually never do I say anything to her. Almost never. I have a strong disdain for homosexuals being able to have such a fucking strenuous grip on my people's throat. She's fucking got black people by the fucking throat, dude. It is crazy. It is crazy. She's dangerous. Literally, she's dangerous. She is fucking dangerous. And people don't think she's dangerous, but you don't think that she'll slice her pie out for faggot blacks, dudes and chicks, before she slices out a piece for all black people? You don't think, as a gay black woman, you don't think that she felt like she's been quadruple oppressed, quintuple oppressed? Really? Really? And I can look at her, I can tell just by looking at her, like, obviously, if she didn't try to like look masculine and actually grew her hair and make up her face, she probably wouldn't look that bad. Chances are, right now, she could probably go out and go get a dude, Yvette Carnell. But she's older, so she'd only be able to get a certain range of guys. But still, I've seen a lot. I've seen bad looking chicks who I would never get caught with in public have dudes. So whether she was molested or she was born that way, I don't really know. Um, but it's just one of those things where she's a black thought leader. Yeah, she's not really a good dyke. She's trashy at being a lesbian. Yeah, she's trashy at being a lesbian. They're horrible at it. Like there's just certain people who it's like she's just not ugly enough in the face to be a fucking lesbian. You know what I'm talking about? Like, but there's been some badass chicks super fine to be lesbians, and I always think that they're stupid. But that's neither here nor there. That's just one of the things, though. Dude, her following is crazy. You know, these people don't just have YouTube armies; they have Instagram armies, they have Twitter armies. Okay, these motherfuckers are tough out there in these internet streets, dog. Like they are tough out there, and I take nothing from any of them. You know what I mean? I troll a whole bunch of these guys. Some of them I don't really say too much more to anymore. I don't really bother them because I know where they're at and they're thinking, and I'd rather not be a contradictory force because I'm more positive to their plight than not. You see what I'm saying? I see it more their way than I don't see it their way. So I guess I just have to just kind of bite the bullet, if you will. But one of my favorite people to just troll, though, Professor Black. I love trolling that guy. I love trolling that dude. Love trolling him. He might be my favorite guy to troll, just because his message is his message literally is a massive contradiction. But I don't have time to really get too carried away and all that. I'm not even sure if he knows that his message contradicts itself sometimes. But no, bro, I love, bro, man, you can go ask these guys. I love trolling these guys. I love trolling them. Love trolling them because I feel like I'm the only one who's going to keep them honest, you know, and they don't ever get stupid with me. You know what I mean? Here you go. I'm hollering. Here you go. Stop. Stop. Bro, but this is, man, I'm glad you're having a good time. Right. It's not really my entertainment to troll them so much as it is to really actually show them how off they are sometimes. I enjoy listening to Professor Black. When I listen to Tariq Nasheed, Professor Black, even O'Shea Duke, I like to give O'Shea the hardest time. I like to call him my little troglodyte homie. You know, even though I know he's a nigga. Listen, let me point something out to y'all. The scripture tells us that there are people who are false prophets. Okay? So Demetrius would only be stupid to not assume that some of the people that I've seen on the internet are those very false prophets that the scripture has spoken. The reason why I can really lean to that is because they all collect money from the people. And O'Shea is hilarious. O'Shea should have been a fucking comedian. He should have went into stand-up. O'Shea does not like when I troll him. He does not think it's fun. He would totally disagree with you. A lot of these guys would disagree with you. And they would say I troll because I don't have many subs, but that's not why I troll, because it's like I have to know that they're not doing the wrong thing. This is why sometimes I know a lot of them will go their longer extended period schedules of not uploading videos because they know that I'm about to troll you. You already know. You already know I'm about to say some crazy. I'm about to say some wild, crazy. Oh my goodness, he didn't just say that. but it's going to come from me. And I'm going to be within context of whatever you're speaking on. I might just vehemently disagree, or I might just overboard agree with you. You know what I mean? And dash down every other theory while I'm at it. This is how I get down. I love doing that because they don't know which Demetrius they're going to get. And I know that they don't tailor the messages to me. They tailor the messages to the people who are going to line their pockets. But I always troll black people. I troll a lot of dudes who aren't that important. You know what I'm saying? I don't really troll no white people. They're not, whatever, who cares? But I troll the hell out of black people. Black men especially, because they're the ones who are going to have the ears of the young black boys. There's people who I just listen to without trolling too much. I like Ron Wills. I don't like everything he says. I don't agree with everything he says, but I appreciate Ron Wills for who he is. Black Ram 313. I don't agree with everything that brother says, but I appreciate more than a little bit who the brother is. Do I think he has some rough edges to iron out? I do think so. I believe that the therapy sessions that he puts on for the men he puts them on for, I do believe that a lot of those men need a different kind of therapy at this point. You can only speak on the fallacies of the female creature before you talk about the good things about her. Right on? The things that attract you to women. And if you make all of your attractions to a woman shallow and base, but the earth isn't round though, bro. The earth isn't round, family. The scripture says that the earth has ends. If you show me one circle that has an end, I'm with you. If you show me another circle that needs pillars to hold it up, I'm with you. I don't think the earth is pancake flat, but I do think it's level with dilapidation and it has depth. I'm not going to say I'm 100% right, but I'm 95% right about that. You do realize what you're saying right now is why Christopher Columbus left Spain and sailed out. Bro, but they're only outrageous because the whole world has totally abandoned thinking that the earth wasn't round. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just check this out right here, bro. Just for half a second. Scientists can't even explain gravity. So how could they explain a giant ball where water would at one point in time of the day be facing downwards? What force is keeping it up? You see what I'm saying? On the earth. It's just when they can't explain that. But once again, if the earth is on pillars, right? Something that holds it up, I'm just throwing it out there. If the earth is on pillars, you wouldn't have to worry about nothing falling off the bottom because there's something at the bottom that's holding it up, so to speak. But if it's round, then you have to be able to explain the counter physics of gravity, and nobody's been able to do that. If you can explain the counter physics of gravity, then you can pretty much explain quantum physics. You see what I'm saying? Because to explain gravity is to explain magnetism, is to explain frequency. Once again, they can't explain all those things. I just know of these things because I've studied them. I know for a fact that the earth is not a circle. I know for a fact it's also not a pancake. It's like a cake. They have a white lady that thinks she's communicating with Bigfoot, and they're using her to discredit flat Earth on the black ops side of the game. But how would Bigfoot be? I mean, not to get too carried away into that, but Bigfoot wouldn't be edification. Thank you, Andre. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Thank you. The magical demon, they get to conjure up those pictures. That demon is going straight to hell. Let me say that. But outside of that, Bigfoot would not actually edify the earth being not flat. Or at least just not level with dilapidation. Because to say that there's depth, right? So this is depth. But to say that there's this doesn't mean that it has to be like this. I mean, I don't think that the earth is, once again, is a pancake. I'm not contending that at all. But I don't think it's a round ball either. Just based on the way things go. But NASA is known to deal in the occult. When you talk about NASA, you're talking about a group of people who worship demons. You know what I'm saying? Like, NASA and the occult go way back. Half of the reasons they wanted to get to space was because of the occult. Not gonna get into that. Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. We wouldn't have water on top of us, which is the water you can see every day, outside of the firmament, under the heavens, then have water with us on the earth, right? I mean, essentially, I'm saying that just like the Most High God has contended, the edges of the earth has physical borders. Otherwise, the water would just fall off the edge of the earth. We've never been allowed to travel like that. See, this is why it's so dangerous what they do. Nobody has ever been able to actually traverse the sea. But she does look hilarious when she's... Bro, all kinds of people are talking to demons. I wouldn't doubt she's talking to real demons. There's a lady out here in Washington, out here in Roy, a little bit past Roy. It's called the House of Ramtha. And this lady has been known to conjure and be taken over, become a vessel for like a 5,000-year-old spirit, 5,000-year-old demon called Ramtha. And Salma Hayek, if you guys know who that is, she's an actress, Hispanic lady. She actually owns property out here in Washington because annually or semi-annually, she goes to the House of Ramtha to do, you know, their cult bullshit out there. Hey man, this shit is real, dog. That's what I'm saying. So don't knock it, bro, all the way. I'm with you. Some of the things they say are preposterous, but the Most High God tells us through the book of Enoch, and the book of Enoch is older than any of the scripture. Enoch went to the middle of the earth. Okay? Not to the middle of the landmass, but to the middle of the earth. Meaning that the earth is hollow. Meaning that the earth has level to it, depth to it. Can you hear me, brother? Come on now. No matter if you talk about a round earth or a so-called flat leveled earth, a level dilapidated earth with depth, the round earth still has a mantle core in it. Right on? Meaning that round earth still has depth in the planet. Can you feel me? So round earthers, whatever you want to call them, right? Because before people were calling, before we knew it, before anybody knew anything, the modern world 600 years ago accepted that the world was flat. We were told through a modified version of history that one Christopher Columbus sailed from Spain to prove this fact to be undoubtedly untrue. However, nothing about finding a landmass disproves or proves the land to being not flat or without depth. New World Order religion or not, I would say comfortably anywhere from 60 to 80% of the people on earth right now think that the earth is round. Comfortably. There's people who come from certain regions of the earth where things play out a certain way, they would be hard pressed to believe that it's round. There's groups of people who live closer to the edges of the earth. Can you dig it? There are men who've been in water who believe they have seen the edges of the earth. This is why the navies of every country protect the water, because they don't want you to get to the edges of the earth to see what it's actually like. Because if you see that, then you'll know something. Now, I know we done deviated pretty far off from the other side of winning. Well, and quite honestly, far off. But it's okay because this is an expound. Right on? No, bro, you're right. No photo has survived. Look, bro, you're right. No photo has survived, dog. You're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You don't have to take that message back. That was an appropriate message. Listen, they've killed people for telling the truth. They've killed people because they were going to tell the truth. They've killed people for the idea that they could tell the truth. Can you hear me? Not one photo of the curve, bro. But you get what hear me. Even if they had a photo of the curve, right? Of the circle, we'd have to be able to dig through. So it would have to be like the movies or the cartoons back in the day, where a person would start digging in Texas and he'd end up in somewhere in China when he got done, right? You know what I'm talking about? If it was like that, if we could really dig from one side of the earth to the other, you don't think people would have done it already? I mean, think about that for just half a moment. Of all the things on earth that you could accomplish, you don't think somebody would have dug from one side of the planet to the other already? Hell, made a railway system or a travel system from one side of the world to the other already? If it was that simple? Seven miles before they get to the home of the Middle Earthers, sister. No, they can. No, they can. It's that truce. It's that deal. It's that we'll only go this far. It's the if you go any further, we'll come up there and fuck you up deal. You know what I'm talking about? That same deal that they're going to break pretty soon. They're going to break that deal. Don't worry. They're going to break that deal. Facts. And when they break it, whatever lives in the middle of the planet right now, angry, pent up aggression is going to be unleashed on the surface of this earth. Believe that. Before I actually get done talking about everything, let me talk about the other side of winning. See, I have been talking about centaurs, satyrs, nymphs, all that stuff for a long time. There's this new show on you can see it on the moon with it. Oh, of course, bro. There's this new show called Carnival Row on Amazon Prime. Y'all, when I say I felt like they literally took a page out of my book, like literally was like watching my YouTube videos and was like, okay, we can use all that. We don't need that. We need all that. And just put their own little story on it. Y'all, the show's about centaurs, satyrs, and humans and fairies. Can you dig it? Now, who all do y'all know other than I have been talking about this shit for the last 2-3 years? I'm trying to tell you, right? Had y'all kept digging, boy, that nigga in the middle of the earth would have reached out and snatched one of y'all asses, dog. They got the little, you feel me? They got that. Hey, you better show up at this location. Yeah, this latitude and this longitude. You better hurry up. You better hurry up now. Yeah, bro, that shit is real, family. Why do you think they'll fine you for digging in your own yard? Because they don't want you to do certain shit. A hole to China. These niggas are trying to dig their ass off all the way to China, sister. Look, I got mad love and respect for black people. Mad love, mad respect. It is a struggle and a fight to be in the middle of all these things and not, I won't say succumb, but give in to a level where we're like, I just don't care no more. You know, why do you think it's so important to be aware? And the Feds shut it down. They said, you don't like to dig big holes no more. You better go become a pipe layer. You want to dig holes, nigga. I'm trying to tell you, they're not having it. Because the last thing they need, truth is told, outside of all that, is for somebody to dig, hit a fucking gas, like a damn natural gas line or something like that. But on the real though, we all seen that movie, The Gate or whatever it is. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Where it's the two little white boys and they're digging in the backyard or whatever, right? I don't know if they're digging, but they're doing like some kind of work in the backyard. And it's like a gate to hell opens up. Remember that shit? It's no different. I'm sure all over the world, there's gateways to Middle Earth. Positive. I'm talking about almost immediate gateways to Middle Earth. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened. The show's called Carnival Row. Let me type that in 1 second. Carnival. How do you spell carnival? Oh, is that right? C-A-R-N-O-V-A-L. Yeah. Most people don't know what, big bro? That you can hit the gas lines or that you ain't supposed to be digging. Because I mean, you can't blame them for not knowing, but it's their ignorance to it is really does what you just said. I didn't know it had a second film. I know about the first one. I have to look the second one up. Now I want to see it. Didn't know that. Right on. But the government, bro, has a very peculiar job, man. I mean, you guys have to realize every day, somewhere here in the United States on Earth, incidents take place that cannot be explained, that have to be pretty much, like wiped away. Okay, I'm gonna look for it on YouTube then. Um, and they can't let anybody see it. You know what I mean? Like no one can see what happened. No, like winning on this side sometimes when you see it from this side is what I'm trying to say. The win, you you have the ability to see why would the government want to control all this. See what I'm saying? It's not just all these gas line or whatever. There's places in the middle of nowhere where there ain't no damn gas lines ran anywhere. Okay, and they won't let you dig. Riddle me that. You see what I'm saying? Don't worry, bro. The Most High says through Enoch that the righteous and the elect, bro, come that day, man, all the portals of heaven will be opened up to them. You just got to make it. You got to be righteous. Got to be elect. I know that's easier said than done, but that's how you get there. See, these other guys are afraid to say that. They're afraid to tell you, like, yo, bro, like, you got to give it up to the Most High. I could have read the scripture to people, but people don't like it when I read the scripture sometimes, But I got a little special something coming for y'all. Or I'm just going to sit down and read this particular part of the prophecy again out of the book of Enoch and just read to you guys how I know where we ended up where the scripture ends up in a particular juncture, and I can't dictate where it goes from there, but I know we're past that because based on what it's saying. And I just want to show you guys, man. I think we're in the stretch where the ram whose horn they're trying to break is about to be revealed. And the little lamb that gets taken up by the vultures or whatever birds they are. I can't think. I want to say the vultures or something like that, or the eagles, whatever. I have to look it up. I have to read it to y'all. Like we're close to that junction. We're really close. I know it seems like it's like far out or whatever, but you guys do remember when I was talking about the wall? All of it, bro. Everything's about to hit the fan, bro. It's gonna almost be simultaneous when they introduce the first hybrid humanoid thing that they're making in Asia right now. The Asians are working on that. The Americans are working on, these superhumans. Over there in India, they're working on, some of the first really, really good androids. Gene editing, cloning, they're working on a lot right now in the UK. I couldn't really tell you what they're working on in South America. But the reason why I bring all these things up is because while each country has a dibble dabble in one of those things, the places that I just named are specifically like they're the spearhead on that shit. And what you're going to start to see, I would argue, continue the next year, you're going to see these guys rolling out things because they're afraid. What they're afraid of, speculation says that it's a threat that's not from the planet. Speculation says that the reason why Donald Trump has made this Space Force thing official is because they're looking at a prophecy. And they understand that the book of Enoch tells them of different parts of the prophecy that has to happen. Like the descending onto the planet of the tens of thousands of the Most High's forces. So this whole Earth defense thing is going to come into play pretty much with them trying to get people to fight against the Most High in so many words. Um, and convince people that it's not the Most High. There's going to be people who are convinced that it's it's the ancient, great, and holy one himself who's sending these forces, and then there's going to be other people who are quite convinced that it's anything but that. Um, all I can say to you is continue to pray. They are the highest levels of affirmation that one can make. If you continue to do this, then those affirmations will eventually reverberate into your life. Continue to be positive as much as you can, and continue to combat your negative energy with positive energy as much as you can. That's right. Marvel has been doing an excellent job for the last 15 years, at least, you know, but they've done an even better job just in the last couple of years. See, we have to realize that what these so-called elitists are talking about with skimming down the population to a certain number is going to take place anyway. I mean, bro, it could be anything like that, man. But we got to realize, though, the Most High God already has planned out his own blood sacrifice on this planet. So the fact that they have people terrified that there's going to be a great thinning is stupid, because the great thinning is written within the scripture. Do you follow me right now, everybody? I mean, is everybody on the same page with me on that? Ah, could be. Oh, of course, man. I mean, listen, bro. Listen. When they decide that they want to go and do something somewhere where, I'm telling you, it's gonna fuck with the Middle Earthers. But by then they might feel like, hey, we've got an army of super soldiers, and we've got an army of hybrid beasts on top of all the other witchcraft that we have at our disposal, right? We could pretty much threaten them to. I'm sure that's part of the agreement, is like, you won't bring, because either way, the Most High would get what he wanted. If they fought the Middle Earth dudes tooth and nail to the man, you would kill almost everybody off. Right. It's like, no matter what. Just going to Hawaii trying to take everything. I mean, when I think about Hawaii, I just think about the Chinese, really. Deboing up, acting stupid, possibly trying to mine that place. I mean, you never know. Why wouldn't you try to mine Hawaii? There might be natural mineral, natural ore there, sister. Natural stuff that we don't know about. I mean, but it could be anywhere. It could be anywhere that could cause that kind of uproar. Like any place that would cause the movement of people. I know there's giants. You know what I'm saying? On Hawaii. I know there is. Um, exactly, on their holy land, right? But that's what I'm saying, though. Like, don't think that that's not for any. It's no different than Papua New Guinea, where they're mining that place. They want to, right? It could be there where they pick. There's supposed to be gold, like hella gold, on the Solomon Islands that they have yet to try to make their way to. And a lot of it has to do with them having to deal with the giants that are protecting it. I don't know why they would make that, but I would tell you this: they better have a giant killer gun. Can you dig that? Because if they don't got one of those, they don't have to worry about killing no gold anytime soon, bruh. That's the fucking truth. That is the truth. Man, it's crazy what's going on right now. But this is the thing, though. We're all looking at it from the other side of the wind. So we're on the far end of, okay, they have all this technology, they have all these plans, they're telling us all these things. We're not smack dab kissing it in the face to where we don't have any time to separate, or we don't have the space to separate without it looking, obvious that we backed up to look at it from a distance and say, hey, that's not what it looks like, you know. And one of the worst things for people to realize is that winning and losing look the same. That's one of the hardest things for people to see. That is a tough pill to swallow. See, once again, if you win a war, but it cost you your arm and your legs, did you really win anything? Not so much anymore, but there's certain sections of the island that are like people don't visit. And it's known that 10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet tall giants are still running around the islands right now to this day. They know it. They're not even, you know what I mean? Like, they're not even tripping. My highest grossing video ever, the Pacific and the Angel DNA. And I didn't do anything special in that video that I never done in any other video ever before. The title's not even special. Can you dig it? But got a lot. I mean, it got a lot of views compared to all my other works. And what I think is most awkward about it is that it really was it started some stuff. Let's just say that the Pacific and the Angel DNA started some stuff. Um, I have to do that for myself just a little bit, because the Pacific and the Angel DNA really has made it to where people from the islands look at themselves differently now, way differently, for sure, for sure. There's no way they look at themselves the same. But I give them the outlet for that. There's no pressure now. See, I'm trying to take people out of the lane of having to feel like you have to fulfill something that you're not meant to fulfill. No pressure on you, no pressure on me, no pressure on anybody. Everything is well. But when people on take things that they weren't asked to on take, that could very well create a situation with tension, to say the least. And one of those situations of tension and contention is the fact that you have people who live in lands that are historically disconnected from the holy people, the chosen royal people, okay? And you have people who may claim and lay claim to their lineage, where in which they look similar to the people, but because they betray and will deny the most basic tenets of the story, things that take place before there's even a so-called chosen seed of people to look at or to think about, that there's a connection between all the seeds and all the men and women on earth who come from one Adam. Now, we obviously know that we all know that this is Shem, Ham, and Japhet. We all know this for a fact. It's indistinguishable. The problem is that Japhet becomes known as Gentiles. The other problem is that Ham, or Ham, see, he does this thing with his genetics where he changes how he looks, Not just only does he make himself gigantic, or his seed does, but they also change some of the phenotype characteristics that make the people easy to identify. And Shem, good old Shem or Shem, he that, for the better part of me, I'm trying to understand how it is that you're chosen by the creator of everything. I need y'all to really wrap your minds around this. Maybe not Shem himself, but his seed. So essentially, he was chosen by the creator himself, and his seed found within themselves after blood mixing and whatnot, but still found within themselves the courage and the will to say no to this force. So much so that they goaded the force into doing everything that it said it would do to them. Now, I need y'all to understand the mental illness they must have suffered from. There's no way you're telling me that the people who lived thousands of years ago are any more sound in their minds than we are today. I have a very hard time believing that. Once again, I'm going to give you guys a living example. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, these are people who obviously were real dealers way back in the day, okay? Get out of my face, little moth. Damn. Little demon moth. Dead Sea Scrolls, though. You got people way back in the day who for the life of me, I couldn't think of why they would waste their time to make this, right? Why would they take their time to put this together? Do you know the Dead Sea Scrolls have the same thing that's inside of the Bible? So the one side of water that came up and the other side of water that came up versus the Egyptians, the same thing that Enoch said that he saw in his vision of the wolf chasing the sheep down, right? So understand that before it even happened, there was one Enoch who had in a dream vision, right? Prophecy, as they would say. He's seen wolves chasing sheep through a waterway. And in a very similar fashion, these wolves all die, okay? Just like these Egyptians die. Now, why do I go here to say this about these people? These people saw the power, not a rumor, okay? It's not a rumor has it moment for them. They saw the power of the Most High God. And within their minds, between their old age and I guess just not seeing the power enacted on them enough, they decide, you know what, we can go astray and to the wayside. Now, let me give you guys something epic to mull over and to think about. Did you know that at the time when the Egyptians chased the so-called Hebrew people through that sea, did you know that at that same time in history, the so-called sea people showed up in Egypt after Egypt suffered a massive loss to their forces, making it possible for the sea people to even gain a foothold in Egypt? So the Exodus was actually needed for the breaking down of the Egyptian empire and long thought throughout history. But one has to be able to, once again, you have to stand back from the winning side or the losing side, okay? But I'm going to stand on the winning side. It's just the far end of it, because that's the better other end of it. And I'm going to look at all those things because they're good to look at and they're good to analyze. Did you also know, just to throw this out there, that while the Israelites were traveling, the Most High made mention to Moses to not take the people to the land of the Philistines because he didn't want their hearts to be turned based on what they were going to see? So the warfare was so crucial, so critical, that when the sea peoples, or whoever was invading the Philistines' land at this time, was so epic that the Most High said, nope, can't take them there. Do people also understand that there's a critical timeline where in which the Israelites, or the children of Israel, engage in battle with other groups of people who were larger in stature, a generation of people die off, meaning a generation of gigantic people also die off, making the people who you have to contend with much more feasible and easier to do. People not, once again, these are just small things that do take place in chronological order in the scripture. Their, their unwillingness to see it is the why they can't see the other side of winning. See, the people were chosen. Yes, that's true. But the fine print said that they were supposed to do all of these other things, like not blood mixed with the people. Let's take it back again. All of these groups of people that are mentioned, for the most part, with the exception of, I think, one group, okay, are all named children of Shem, Ham, and Japheth through their lineage, meaning that these are people that they're related to somehow. And they're not allowed to mate with people that they're related to. Right. Also, with these people, they're not supposed to sacrifice nor fear other gods. Didn't say that you couldn't know of them, because obviously these things are worshipped throughout the land that you're in. The only reason why they're worshipped is because of one reason: the unwillingness of the children of Israel to extinguish all living life form from the land. That's right. Had they killed everyone, they wouldn't have went through what they went through. But it's not what happened. That's not how history played out. Had that happened, I wouldn't be here talking to you like this. Believe that. However, since you have this group who was so foolhardy in their mission, because their mission was to have it both ways, as I've been trying to tell everybody, which is why you can't burn the candle on both ends. Because the same people who I'm talking about figure that, you know what? Well, it's written here that if we bring to this guy these animals, right, this amount of silver, this amount of gold, that these trespasses will be forgiven. But here's the thing, though. The same people who were supposed to sanctify you aren't being kept sanctified themselves. So how can somebody who is unclean sanctify you? They can't, in short. But see, people don't look at that side of winning. They just look at, oh, we come from kings and queens. We're the chosen people. But they don't look at that other side of the W, because that is on the side of the winning. The taking advantage of the virgins and the widows, that's on the side of winning. Losers don't get to do that. Okay? Going out here and taking all kinds of strange people to be your husbands and wives, losers don't get to do that. Winners get to do that. Eating things unclean, sacrificing to gods unknown and known. Losers don't get to do that. Winners do. But because people have this perception that winning only is positive, only is good, they miss the entire point. They miss everything. They don't see it for what it's worth and for what it is and its true value. See, I could tell you right now that the reason why most people are going to die in this country is not going to be because they lack information that would keep them alive. Let me say it politely. It's going to be because there's too much information. See, if there's only the miracle, and I don't try to explain the miracle, then the miracle is, as it stands, just a miracle. But if I try to give emphasis as to why this miracle took place, then it may mitigate the miracle itself. And the people who witnessed the miracle may feel that they didn't witness a miracle at all. Something that someone cultivated to happen. Now, what's awkward about this is that people don't apply this to a larger scale. They don't say, you know what? that same miracle that I just seen, or I thought I saw, that this person's trying to explain now, they can't tell me why. They can only tell me what. You can only tell me what that is. Can't tell me why that is. And if you can tell me why that is, you can't tell me what that is. That's how it works. But the other side of winning is like that. You have to be able, once again, if you're too close to it. So if you're a priest, right, an ancient Israelite priest, let's put everybody, right, or a priestess, let's put you guys in that position, right? And people come to you and they say, "Hey, I want to make, uh, um, I want to make a sacrifice because I committed adultery, right, and I wasn't caught." And he says, "Bring me this many pieces of silver and a ram and two pigeons, right, and a goat." Explains the years that they need to be without blemish, male or female, all these things. Now, they're bringing this stuff to you because they've committed adultery. Now, you're a priest, priestess. You've taken somebody of a foreign land, right on? They look like you, but they're not you. Word is bond, they're a foreigner. They're a stranger for all intents and purposes. You're too close to see that you're wrong because you're doing obeisance for them in essence, right on. You're paying homage to the Most High for this person, so you may be too close to the victory, right? You see what I'm saying? You might actually be on this side of it. You might actually be the face of the victory, so you don't have the ability to stand back to look at yourself and say, you know what, I shouldn't be dealing with this person that I'm dealing with being in the position that I'm in, because I'm expected to be held to a much higher standard. But people don't want to hear that. See, one of the things that makes me sick about 99% of people who go to church is they have the freaking nerve to tell you that God doesn't tell you who to love. But actually, he does. He tells you to be with somebody within your tribe. Right. That's telling you right there who to love. Right there. Now, did he say what to do with all these people? Yeah, he told people to separate from people, to break away from them. So if the people didn't do that, then the people sinned, not the Most High, man. And there's a lot of there's a lot of people, there's a lot of individuals, I'm gonna say, because that's really what they are. Outliers, exceptions, not the rules, who, for the life of them, can't understand why they're in the position that they're in. They're like, well, I married out and my life is good. And it's like, okay, well, you married somebody who doesn't look like you. So the so-called dominant society doesn't look at you the same way that they would look at a black man or a black woman who chose to be with one of their own. Because no matter how much money they amass, the white man gets to say, we broke you. Right. Right. See what I'm saying? They get to say, we broke you. That black woman, when she does that, they get to say, we broke you. Doesn't matter how much money you have, how nice of a house you live in. Chick, we broke you because you're not even with your people anymore. And they will never have to say it, but a part of them does feel guilty for not being amongst their own people. They feel extremely guilty for it. They don't know what to say, what to do, or how to handle it per se. And don't think that it hasn't crept to the back of the mind that, what am I going to do? How's it going to actually play out if this person decides to go crazy on me? But y'all don't think that these chicks and these dudes don't think about this stuff? The movie Get Out was a reflection, not a deflection, was a reflection as to the things that black people think about consciously and subconsciously when they're in interracial relationships. It's the truth. If a black guy can tell you that he'd been through a chick's family reunion, white girl or whatever, Asian or whatever, and met all of her dude cousins or her brothers, and didn't get the feeling like all these dudes would just try to if they felt like they had to, they would just overwhelm me. You see what I'm saying? Where they would be willing to lose one or two of them. They'd be willing to lose all of them if they had to just to get me. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm hard pressed to believe that a guy who's black and dating or married to a non-black woman, right on, can say that he's been to a function with their family where he hasn't felt that way. A black woman is hard pressed to tell me that when she's around, you know, her white boy or her Asian boy or whatever the fuck she's dealing with, you know what I'm saying, family, she can't tell me that she doesn't get the feeling. Now it's not just the women she's worried about, it's the men. It's what will the men do to me if things go south? Right. Will I become a slave? Will this dude pimp me out all of a sudden to his family? See, people don't think about these things because they're probably not in a relationship like that where that can happen to them. So it's not even real to them that can take place. But it's real to those people. It's real to those people who have children with these people too. Where they start to think, well, what will they do to my babies? Right. They say they love my babies, but I've heard how they talked about my children. I hear how they talk about me. Right. One of the sickest things I've ever seen, possibly the most disgusting thing, is when white people adopt black children. I hate it. I hate that. Like, there's nothing more disgusting than that to me. That is a foul sight. It's a foul sight. Especially when like and this is one of the things why I don't miss selling food on the streets, because I used to see it a lot in Seattle. It'd be like a little black boy. Oh my goodness, just thinking about this stuff just hurts my heart. But it'd be like a little black boy, and he'll look up at me, you know, and I already feel the connection, you know. I already know, you know. I already feel the connection, and I already know, you know. And it's like, whenever I could, I'd stop those type of people. Especially if they didn't bring nothing in, I'm gonna give the little boy something. I'm giving them something. You know what I mean? You know, and then I'm gonna give them a couple kind words, like, you know, like, because that bothers me. That bothers me more than a lot of things bother me. That bothers me more than freaking interracial couples. You know what I'm saying? I literally hate to see that sight. And people are like, well, his mama was a crackhead and his daddy was a gangbanger. And I'm like, well, how'd they end up like that? Well, they just chose to be like that, huh? So the environment didn't press that on them at all. So you're going to use a couple of outliers, exceptions, not the rules, who were successful as to how their parents could have been. But everybody else isn't like that. Okay. See, this is why you know, being able to be on the other side of winning, it might be in the same field, but it's you're not right next to it. You are, man, you're looking at winning. You're looking at it and you're seeing it from a whole different point of view. And it's ugly. And it's ugly if you're not committed. And I'm just saying that some of these people aren't committed to what they think that they were committed to. To get told that you are or you are not somebody's equal, to go date out, sleep out, to prove that you are their equal, That's a shitty way to prove that you're equal to those people. That is a garbage way of proving it. That's a Jedi mind trick. You can't have no white woman, black man, even though black men been humping on white chicks since they've been in this damn country, and since way before that. What? And the same thing with freaking black chicks. Since before they got to this country, been having relations with white dudes. So I just don't understand how relationships that they've always been able to, that they've always had access to, all of a sudden now they want to act like they're special. Right, bro? I'm just letting you know what it is, family. It didn't just happen, you know. The Romans were black, the Greeks were black, Egyptians were black. A lot of these groups over there in the Mediterranean are black people, okay, who civilized and took in these dirty little cave things and did God knows what, all kinds of sick, nasty, sexual things with them too. Okay. Okay. See, me and Andre talked about this the other day. Just to caveat real fast. Black people like to talk shit about white people having sex with animals, but the people in the Bible, if they're black people, the Most High God's talking to black people about sleeping with animals. But let me just go ahead and move on. Folks kill me, man, because they don't know nothing, and they've read it. You see what I'm saying? They know better, but I don't know if they really know better. I think they like to think they know better, but they really don't, because it's dangerous what they say and what they do, because they're applying things that aren't meant to be applied to those situations. Then they're mitigating circumstances from situations that shouldn't be mitigated, that shouldn't be subtracted or lessened or taken, or taken away from them. My point is this: you got a lot of people who talk about, once again, about Pookie and Ray Ray and the single mothers, right? And they talk about how it's all a decision, it's all a choice. I know it's a choice, but when you still have real rent to pay, a real mortgage to pay, when you still have real mouths to feed, right? The perception of morality, right, is hard to uphold, because if you believe in the morals that the white man has taught you, then already you're wrong, because he showed you morals from a point of view of righteousness and then tainted them with his own wickedness. You know, of course, sister, there's a law for it, right? Right, there's a law for it, right? However, I mean, don't y'all just think it's crazy though that the Pookie and Ray Rays get blamed for everything, yet nobody looks at the fact that the decisions that they're allowed to make are so limited that it's like, who would choose that? You know? Right. You can starve to death with the so-called morality that the white man has given you. He wants you to starve to death. He created the situation so you could starve to death and hope that you were dumb enough to do it, and then call you a criminal for feeding yourself. See what I'm talking about? But because they're the winners of slavery, if people don't stand back and look at it like that, as opposed to being all up on it, like, oh man, well, we should be grateful that we're even getting damn Social Security. They ain't got to give us that. I mean, well, if you want to be technical, they don't have to give us anything. But if they wanted the world to not see them as completely vicious monsters who have no fucking conscience, then sure, that's what they would have done. But I'm positive that's the last way that they wanted to be viewed by the entire planet. So they did the wise thing, the smart thing, which is what? Right. Looked like they had a little fucking humanity. Oh, we're gonna show these poor niggas that even though we're gonna make you work for every dollar we give you and every single scintilla we send to your home, you're gonna be doing grown man's work as young teenagers, right? And we're gonna be paying these pieces of shit, poor white trash, scallywag bums, prevailing wages. Okay, all right, so they can build buildings that we not going to say that we stole the schematics from and the ideas from black people, but yeah, this is what we got the idea from y'all. Yep. I know people don't want to hear that. How to house the poor, they got that from black people. How to build buildings straight up, they got that from y'all. They didn't think of that. Well, the law for let me be specific about that. Let me just go a little more in depth. That depends on how you steal something. If you go to someone's yard and you eat something in their yard, let's say they have a apple tree, right? If you eat 5 apples in that one sitting and don't take anything with you, you're not a thief. They can do nothing to you. But if you eat 1 apple and take 1 apple with you, fuck, you don't eat no apples. You take an apple off the tree and take it with you. That's theft. Can you see what I'm saying? So the scripture gives us, there's leeway. You know what I mean? There's leeway for a person who goes into the yard or the vineyard of another person, you know what I'm talking about, and eats their fill. It's another thing when you steal somebody's livestock, because that's when you're supposed to pay it back. Oh my goodness, is it 5-fold or 2-fold or whatever it is? But if you can't pay it back, they can legally sell you into indenture to. They can make you a servant themselves of theirs, or they can sell you as a slave. So, I mean, like once again, you know what I mean? But that's just going based on all the different little parts that I can think that go to that. But most definitely, sister, you're right. The punishment for theft, especially when it comes to food, is not the same as it would be for somebody who's an all-out thief who's stealing for lucre's sake, you know, for filthy lucre. But still, all in all, the most careful thing to think, I'm gonna go with that, is just that don't take what's not yours, you know. And if you don't know the rules, if you don't know, don't do it. Damn it. That's the rule that I've been living by my whole life since my dad taught us that when we were itty bitty little babies. And that is the one thing that I am so sad that I was not able to teach my son, you know, before his mother ran off and did all the stupid shit that she's done. If you don't know, don't do it. And the law is more than fair, sister. And just to speak to what you said, Steve. Okay, check this out. What's he supposed to do? He told you he's related to a dude who said, I cannot tell a lie. And you said, fuck him. So he's like, shit, we ain't got nothing else to talk about. Shit, he wasn't supposed to kiss your ass, bro. He tried to make common ground with saying that he was related to George Washington. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he thought you was gonna come with the George Washington was really a black man or some dumb shit like that. You know, all the crazy arguments that people try to come with. I'm not sure what he thought he was going to get from that with you. But he fucked up by bringing that up to you and thinking that you were going to care, you know. But by you telling him fuck him, you know, you kind of closed the door for any more dialogue, is pretty much what I'm saying. And yeah, Martin, the law is more than perfect. The law was meant to bring people back into eternal life. I've contended this before. I'll continue to say this until the day that I die. The law was meant to bring people back into perfection. Their perfection would have led the nations closest to them being led back into perfection, and then eventually Gentiles, okay, would have found their form of perfection on this earth. But that never happened, so it doesn't matter. It's just a whole bunch of critical thinking that amounts to diddly squat, but at least it's critical thinking. Um, I really don't have much else to say about that type of stuff. You know, Before I get ready to really get done in the next few minutes, while I'm still hot, uh, you have to really be careful about how you see things. And you have to be even more careful about how you frame them. You know, I didn't call the brother who made the video today about Jay-Z and the lady who single mother and this, that, and the other. I didn't call him a dick riding faggot. You know what I'm saying? I called the guy who said something to my comment a dick riding faggot. But bro deleted it because I think he might have thought that I was going too far, or I don't know if he was trying to protect my image. Like maybe he respects me, you know what I'm saying? And didn't want that to be out there where I'm talking to this person like that. So damage control. Or maybe, you know what I'm saying? He's being duplicitous and he wants me to look weak to the people. But the reason why I bring that up is because it's really important that folks understand that if you have a mind of your own, you don't have to see it their way. You see what I'm saying? Nobody has to see it my way of anything that I've said. I would rather a person disagree within reason that they can explain themselves why they disagree and not base their explanation in fallacy. If a person thinks I'm wrong, tell me why I'm wrong. But if we can continue to tell each other why the other one is wrong, then either we agree to disagree, or we have to say something like, you know what? Our information is just coming from two totally different sources, and it may not be aimed at the same objective. It just might be in the same similar ballpark. So much like how real Arabs are black, and they claim, and all Arabs claim to be from Abraham, but the real black ones, you know what I mean, know that they're from Abraham, and they know that black people in America, a specific contingent of them are from a specific tribe of people who also seed from Abraham. Right. But they're aware that there's parts of that same tribe of people who are closer to them than not. I can't stress this to y'all enough. Our people are among the Assyrians right now. With the exception of Benjamin, a large enough contingent of Benjamin is in Jerusalem right now to this day. So that means that there's a sparsel of Benjamin that got probably shipped out to the Americas. There's obviously handfuls of people from tribes who may have been in Judah left into the so-called land of Africa when the Romans beat them out of Judea. Being presumptuous, assume that a few of these people maintain their genetic continuity of being from other tribes, not of Judah, because Judah would have been the largest contingency, so they would have had the easiest chance to maintain their genetic continuity. So all these other tribes, more than likely, are people who are bred into Judah, Jehuda affiliates. People have to also remember that Simeon, the same Simeon that, yes, with Levi, killed an entire village of people for raping their sister. One guy forced himself on their sister, was uncircumcised. They killed the whole village behind that. That same Simeon was among the Jehudites for as long as I know, and is more than likely among the Jehudites right now to this day. Just throwing that out there. Um, sure, people can be like, well, what about the 12 tribes? Simeon's not considered one of the 12 tribes. So calm down. I mean, when I think about it, I don't think anybody actually brings him up. I think, yeah, I think he gets overlooked. I think he gets overlooked. He's obviously one of the children of Israel, but as far as like a domineering force, nope, not even close. And these are things that you have to look at, obviously, when you're looking at history, when you're looking back at who you are, who you could be, and once again, all the different people who were sent here with the Israelites, like the Philistines, like the Amorites, some of them for sure, like the Evites and the Ardukites, people who would have been in the land of Judea, who would have been blood mixed with the people, right? Can you dig that? Right. People whose people could have easily it it's known that there were seafarers within the Bible. So if you're contending that people left from one landmass and went to another, some of these people could very well be people from that landmass. Before you try to say that, oh, they're Israelites, there's no information that leans towards that. Right. So with that being said, is your people could have came here blood mixed again with outside of the people that I think are Gentiles. They could have been blood mixing again with Ardukites and Evites and the like. Not only brought here, but people who could have already been here. See, this is one of the things that this is why when people talk all that shit about history, it's like they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay. Because I couldn't tell you an Evite from an Ardukite right now, even if you sat them right down in front of me. Why? Because I have never seen them before. I only know them by name, but I know this much though. They look just like black people, the real ones. Right. I that much I do know. That much I do know. Mm. See what I'm saying? So when you have that sort of issue where you can't really identify anyone because you don't know the identification markers per tribe, per sect within the tribe, you can't identify these people now. And I'm having a hard time believing that white people who come from the caves still eat bloody meat to this day. To us, or to them, we are all one big nigga. Have a hard time believing that even if they can tell the slight differences and certain phenotype characteristics, have a very hard time believing that they know the differences between black people from a similar genetic strain. I just, man, you're fighting uphill in the snow with that one, a steep hill at that, because that is, I mean, it's too much. But and this is just that side of winning that I don't think anybody wants to consider. You know, white people enslaved all these black people. How would they know who the Hebrews are? How would they know? How would they know that they didn't just get a whole group of fucking Ardukites? Huh? How would you know that you didn't just get a group of Amalekites? You don't know that. Everybody wants to be everybody wants to be an Israelite. And then if they don't want to be an Israelite, then everybody wants to be Egyptian. Right? And if they don't want to be that, then they'll be a Nubian, right? They'll be a Cushite, right? But I'm like, yo, what about all these other groups? What, they all just died? Right. I hope y'all realize that you need to be more circumspect to the situation than what people give off or what they want to give to you. Um, I don't I don't expect you to take everything that I say at face value. Um, Once again, I would probably not respect you if you did. So please don't take it all at face value. I'll hold it to the fire, rebel against it, all that stuff, because it means that you have to engage your mind. What's up? You know, but we need to be careful because this is the. I mean, I don't know how many more chances I'll get going into next year to warn you guys about this stuff because after 2019, I'm done warning people, done saying a lot of stuff. I mean, I'll still do my little things, but I've got nothing to really say. You know, my weekly updates are just to get us through this year, to hold this year by the horns to the fire. Once 2019 is officially over, well, I lied. Once we get to April of next year officially, I'm over it. Once the new year officially starts next year, right? I'm over it. In about 16 days, we'll be in the 6th month, according to the Enochian times. It's a big deal. If you guys haven't been noticing, it's been getting darker earlier, right? A little less day, a little more night. This next month is gonna August was supposed to be the month where it was coming into to being 50-50, but September will be the month where we get half day, half night. Just watch. Just watch. Pay attention because it's been happening. Um, but I just need to contend to you that this is it. This is our year to stand back and watch everything. And I've been saying it all year. I didn't come last week with the 1619 project out of nowhere. You know what I'm talking about? I've been on this for a while now. So when I'm saying what I'm saying, I just want you guys to look at it and contend everything I'm saying. Go against it. That is gonna put you in a position to learn more than anything. You know, I'm not saying to use up all your time, all your spare time, but 10 minutes of your time is not a lot of your time. 15 minutes is not a lot of your time. Just to type it up Google and to hold to the fire just a few things I'm saying. If you don't believe me, but I would rather say it to you so that way somebody's contended it and put it out there. Because if I don't put it out there, I see a lot of things that go pretty much untouched, and that's heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking because I know officially there's nothing I can do. Nothing. That's it. Like, how do you get a group of people to believe what you're saying is going to be the truth if a handful of them believe you and they have no reason to believe you? See what I'm saying? There's no, you don't get cookies for believing Demetrius. You don't get brownie points for that. You know what I'm talking about? Like, the world's not going to give you nothing for that. But you might be ahead of the power curve. Sister Tammy Bowser talk about how things are getting expensive down there. Prices are starting to fluctuate. Don't worry. You, if they have it their way, you'll see more dollar stores that are a little more than a dollar store. It's just how it's going to be. Don't worry. If they have it their way, recycling business will become big business, big money, and that'll be a job that poor people or people with an unclear financial avenue will have to undertake. Believe me, these people don't. I was talking about the wall long before they had procured the funds. Okay, and I can't think of the exact day and the exact time when it like pretty much punched me in my face that the wall was part of biblical prophecy. But when it did, I couldn't get off of that. I've been on that since. It's biblical prophecy, y'all. No matter what you think, those walls are the walls of Babylon. They must go up. They must go up. And must they go? Hence the divergence of funds from all these different places. But that's why they have it like that, Steve. Okay? They're gonna make it. I mean, don't be surprised. Dollar stores will have produce and all that type of stuff soon. Or they'll figure out a medium for all that. Because if there's still more white people than black people, there's going to be white people who have to go to these dollar stores. And how long until they bitch and moan about there not being enough healthy food? Now, mind you, I could go to the dollar store right now and I could make a completely, I mean, pretty much virtually all the way healthy meal out the dollar store. So it's not like there's not food in there that you can't buy. But if you go grocery shopping, if you're buying for a certain number of people, it's cheaper to shop for groceries than it is. You know, yeah, but some produce is better than no produce, Steve. I'd rather get an onion that tastes plain, that once I cook it, it'll come to life a little bit, than no onions, no potatoes. I'd rather, you see what I'm saying? Like the beggars can't be choosers, family. They're giving it at least they're giving them the option. I can see if you're talking about like they're giving them just outright rotten produce, but just because you don't like the way it tastes or you don't think it's high quality, that's tough titty, bro. Tough titty. And I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying, like, you know, in that sort of situation, you have to be thankful for what they're presenting to you, you know, because that's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be going forward. It's not just California. It's going to be, I'm not even sure if you guys know this. There's more Dollar Trees and Dollar Generals east of the Mississippi than there is west of the Mississippi. Right. They're saturated in Dollar Trees and Dollar Generals and dollar stores east of the Mississippi. Well, they'll fix it, Steve. They'll fix it. And it looks like you better cook it in an hour or it's going to expire then, dog. I wouldn't buy it unless I'm going to cook it that day. Get your German on. I'm just saying, man, bro, trust me. Trust me. When right now, because you probably still have the ability to drive and get to a store where you can shop or whatever. Let's say that grocery market closes or some shit like that. Whatever you're left to shop at, to whatever is left to you, bro, you're gonna want to make the best of that. You know what I'm talking about? You're gonna want to make potato cakes out of those mushy potatoes. You know, something, bro. You can't do nothing with it. You can't just let it go completely to waste, especially if you know that you could have ate it and it could have did something for your body. This is the mindset that you got to get into, because not if, when they persecute the people, right on, they've been told, flee ye from one city to another. So if you don't like what is going to go happen, I mean, if you don't like what's going to happen when it's going down, You're gonna have to lead, right? You see what I'm saying? You're either gonna have to buckle down and get ready for a real rough road, or you're gonna have to leave, bro. Because that's the there's no in between. You know, that's always been one of my things. Uh, and it's upsetting as a black man that I'm not in a better position to help my people or protect my people. It's frustrating. Uh, but I don't feel derelict. You understand? Of all the words, I don't feel derelict in anything that I do. I'm in the middle. I'm fighting in the middle of a mental health battle. Don't feel derelict about it at all. And Judy, you're right, bro. It's coming. It's coming. But when it comes, are people gonna be ready? That's the question. Are they gonna be really ready to actually do the damn thing? Because I'm ready to give up all my comfort items. I haven't had to, so I haven't. But if I'm forced to give up all my comfort items, I will. Every single one of them. That's where people have got to get to. You know, see, because this other side of winning, the stuff I'm talking about, this is how you get to a victory. This is how you get to the win. I don't want to be on the opposite side as a loser, trying to climb that impossibly high fence or wall to climb right on. You can't just walk right around it. The winners are there. The winners aren't going to just let you walk around. So you're going to have to go the long way. Sometimes walking across the street, suffice it to say, it's not an option. You have to stroll the block. I know it sucks, but at least I'm telling you. At least I'm telling you. At least somebody's telling you. Because one of the biggest issues that we're having right now as people is being willing to see that we're all not going to get what we sought to get from this. Some people are going to get more than others. Some people are going to get less. I have a hard time believing that there won't be those who don't or can't receive praise for what they've done. It's impossible. It's going to happen. But black men and black women are going to have to make hard decisions in the future. Are they with each other or are they against each other? You know, one of the things in scripture I like to think about, I want to say it's in Isaiah, if I'm not mistaken. I just can't think of the chapter. Pretty much where the woman, right, is gonna look upon the child that's in her bosom with an evil eye, right? And that the man, let me go ahead and say this too, the man would also look upon the child that's in his bosom with an evil eye, right? And it was pretty much talking about how the person that was kind of like soft or whatever amongst the people was like, I'm not gonna say that they're evil, but you know, they're up to no good, right? So when you look at the scripture and you just look how it's playing out, we have to understand that we're watching people who are doing exactly what the scripture has written. They hate their children, okay? Not that they're unwanted, they hate their children. They couldn't even tell you why they hate these babies. Frustrated for all the wrong reasons with this baby, because of the baby, over the baby. Madness. Right. But people forget that. People will overlook these things. People overlook the fact that Manasseh and Ephraim are against Judah together. So guess what? Even if Even if Manasseh and Ephraim aren't here right now in America with us, and I believe they are because mass transit and travel makes it possible more so than ever, they're somewhere on this earth right now contending against Judah. Mm, Ain't that about something? Right? People also forget that the love of many shall wax cold. People forget that the wicked devises against the needy, even though against the righteous, even though the needy speak is righteous. Right on? Come on. They're against the people who are poor. They plot against them, make these plans against them. We don't see that? Right. We explain the wicked devices that they have and that they've implemented all the time. Yet people don't defer right to scripture and say, okay, that's scripture that they're doing to us. You can't usurp the scripture, so all you can do is act within it. Okay, so they're going to send these things. Okay, so if the stranger within us is going to get high above us, see, this is why it's so important to incorporate all these different little things. It's easy for them to become a big level drug dealer like Jay-Z. Easy for them to crawl their way up out of the people because they never were the people. Right. See, this is the dangers that you face when you don't put the scripture together, when you don't give the scripture more than just a couple of moments. And I'm not cherry picking. I'm just pulling from my memory things that I know are written down that all contend with what it is that I'm saying. If anybody has anything to say to that, as far as it being negative or it being untrue, let it be known. Do not hold your peace. Because that's one of those things. The ability to tie together what it is that we're going through and to look at it with an honest set of eyes. A perception that most people can't even grasp how it is that I come to what it is that I come to. I don't really care. Bothers them not how I'm gonna, handle my responsibilities and do what it is that I have to do as an individual. So it matters even less to me why it is that they worry about something that they don't even believe is true in the first place. So again, people can't have it both ways. I didn't ask for a lot of things. I didn't, but they happened. And I live with them. People are going to wait until they get in a position where they're going to realize I waited too long to try to fix everything. The Most High gave me a bunch of time to fix it. I chose not to fix it. I prioritized my regular life over my spiritual equity. Did you hear me? I prioritized barbecue beef ribs over a spot in the book of life. These are the people that we contend with every day. What I contend with. Maybe that's just because I don't care. Don't care being that I'm not trying to get the barbecue ribs of life. Okay? I'm trying to get my name in the book of life. But you got people who want the sooner, not the latter. And then you have people who want both. And I respect people who want just the one. At least if you want to get rich on earth and that's all you want and you don't give a damn about heaven, I respect that. But you got people who are like, I'm going to heaven and I'm gonna be rich. No, hell no, hell no. You're not gonna usurp what's written. And rich is not a few $100,000. Rich is not even $1 million. Rich is if this money is invested properly, even if all the stocks crash, I'll still have some money. That's rich. I was once told if you can put all the money you own into a bag and carry it, you're not rich. I believe that. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? If you can put all the money you own into one bag and carry it, you're not rich. Don't worry. You might have some money, but you ain't rich. Rich people can't carry all the money that they have. Not even close. Wouldn't even think of carrying it. Of course, this isn't old school biblical days where you would be forced, obviously, to hoard around your gold and your silver because it's gold and it's silver, and people obviously kill for it. And not saying I'm not gonna say out of my mouth that it's worth killing someone for, but people have found reasons to kill people for less. So uh, getting killed over a bar of gold or silver, I'm sure a person would rather die that way than die for getting killed over like a dead animal. You know what I mean? Because people are hungry. Say it like that. However, the point is this, yo. People want to win on both sides of this fence, and they can't. They can't have it both ways. You cannot have it both. It's impossible. It's it's unforeseeable, and you create more friction than you do fusion. You see what I'm saying? Uh, I really can't express it enough. I really can't say it enough. As a black man, to see black women and other black men pretty much give in to wanting the so-called finer things in life uh, at the expense of their soul, I don't really I don't really understand. You know, maybe somebody else does. Maybe there's a guy out there who can like really like break it down, like why it's worth losing your soul over a bowl of fucking Cheerios. But I can't even begin to put together the thought process it would take to explain some nonsense like that. But there are people who, for the worse, for sure, but for the better to some people's right here and right nowism, uh, they cater to all the nonsense and they say things that I'm I'm not sure they would say if they actually had the ability to stand back and look and realize what they were saying. It's dangerous what they've done. It's absolutely dangerous. Um, one of these days, soon, more soon than not, and I know people grew up hearing that these are the last and evil days, but we really are in a junction where this is crazier than the '60s right now. The Earth is crazier than the '60s, and nobody even realizes it. It's crazier than the '60s. It is crazy. It is crazy as fuck right now, y'all. Like, it just doesn't seem so crazy because President Twitter Fingers makes it look not as crazy. He's so crazy, it doesn't look that crazy. But the world is on fire, y'all. The world is on fire. And these people, I don't know, they're going to keep trying to cast their spells on everyone and keep trying to get people to be enchanted so that way they can try to push it all off, hopefully for another generation. But I'm serious. It's worse than the '60s right now. It's horrible right now. You know, the turmoil. I mean, the atmosphere is so damn crazy right now. The atmosphere in America is unbelievable. Anytime countries put out a travel advisory, like, yo, leave at your own risk going here, that's not a good thing. And it's just telling you that the American government here they've completely lost control over the situation. They no longer have control. This is why all these different little groups are doing these power grabs. Because they know once all the smoke settles, if they can put themselves into a position of permanence, then you can't just get rid of them like that. A really good example would be like with ISIS, what they tried to do, or ISIL. They tried to put themselves in a position in the so-called Middle East where you wouldn't just be able to uproot them. But once the Russians got involved, it was over for ISIS. You feel me? Like once that happened, it was over because it was just a matter of time until the United States had to stop. Well, they're still playing, both sides of the fence, but it was then that they had to quit being extremely duplicitous and could only just be duplicitous. Uh, and I'm not going to say that the Russians have never played the game of duplicity. That would be stupid for me to say. But to say that they've played it at an angle where in which it's adversely affected me personally right here and now, a person would have to show me that, because I can think of several instances right now where the United States government has done things in my life that were have adversely affected just black people alone. That's it. Nobody else. So yeah, just hard time believing certain things. I just want y'all to get into that mindset of just looking at these people, man, and just really trying to understand what is their objective. What are they really trying to get at? When these dudes make videos talking shit about people who were so-called pro-blacks, right? Then out of their same mouths talk about Pookie and Ray Rays, but then out of their mouths seem like they want to defend people who are light skinned and biracial, but somehow feel like they can talk about black people. I don't know, man. Weirdos, man. You feel me? These niggas have been drinking lead soup or something, because I don't get it. I really don't understand. I I don't understand just as much as I don't understand guys who, for the life of them, you can't prove that they're really black or not. They talk like they're for black people. They'll tell you that a foreign-born black person can't speak for black people, but somehow a person who's biracial, born in this country, right on, who's never lived a day as a real black person can speak for black people. I just like once again, all these dudes are so fucking confused, man. And most of it's just a money grab. Uh, Most of it's a money grab. 98% of these dudes are just doing a money grab on black people. You know, how I know is because you scroll down their shit and you see the PayPal. Like the first thing you see is is their PayPal account. Talking about you know, or their little GoFundMe or whatever, their Patreon, excuse me. Um, but you know what I'm talking about. I mean, they're all the same. Not every last one of them, but most of them are the same, and they're on this side of money, right? But they're on the too close of it, where they're actually gaining the better end of the profit of black people being willing to use their resources. You know what I'm saying? Uh, uh, because black people realize like they have a chance. They got a chance of something. They don't know what the chance is at. But they know they got a chance of something. I just wish that they knew that they don't stand a chance to changing anything here to making it better for them long term, and that their best chance is giving in to the thing that they don't want to give into, that they've been so reluctant to give into, that they are like, I have to say I'm sorry. Right. See, one thing that black people have horrible, really bad, is that they hate to apologize. Like across the board. I'm not saying that all black people don't apologize, but like they hate apologizing. So to one another. So I'm hard pressed to think that a group of people where there's a small niche of them who don't believe in anything, who don't believe that there's a God, don't believe in nothing. I have a hard time believing that they think that they owe him an apology. Right. See, sister, it's not saying sorry, it's meaning it. They can apologize. They can apologize right now. They're not going to mean it. I'm talking about a real deal apology. They can't do it. They can't do it. They're like, nope, not doing it. I'm trying to tell you, black people are that kind of stubborn. People want to hear that? Of course not. But black people know it's true. Any black person who fast forwards this when they watch it, because they're not going to watch every hour of it. Exactly, sister, because they're not sorry. They wanted to do that. Exactly. So why do you think the Most High is like, I have to get rid of most of you? Because most of you mean it. Most of you want to be wicked. Most of you don't mind being wicked. Hell, most of you enjoy being wicked. Only time you feel bad about being wicked is when you get your head busted. Who has time for that? Which is why the Most High God compares his relationship to Israel with a woman who cheats on her husband all the time. He's like, yeah, this chick just keeps cheating on me and I keep taking her back. And yeah, I'm done. You know what I mean? Like, right, I'm done. I've divorced her. Right. And now she's been out there turning tricks for like 50 cents and shit. She's just worthless. Like, like she pretty much begging people to sleep with her at this point. You know what I'm talking about? That's the pathetic stage that black people are in. Pretty much begging for a job. They're like that old worn out hooker who you can tell, her best days have been behind her, you know, um, for about 20 years now. So, I mean, that's the way that I look at the situation with Israel with the Most High is like he's dealing with the chick that he kicked to the curb and she's worthless now. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and that's kind of just what it is. You know, people are like, "Oh, I can't believe you would make women out to be like that." Well, if the Most High came from a feminine aspect, which it doesn't, which he does not, hell, even unisex semen, I would follow with that. But he gives distinct attributes, feminine glory. One of them being wisdom, another one being wickedness. Right. So when people get all in those feelings about how they think about women or whatever, I just have to remind them that I didn't distinguish this. I didn't write the book. And for people to want to be like, well, chauvinistic men wrote it and blah, 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 blah. Well, I guess those same chauvinistic men that were building houses for their families to live in, I guess you can fucking say thank you to them for that too. Because they were so chauvinistic that they fed their families every day, right? Right. So subversive. So subversive that they put their daughters and their wives in the finest apparel and the finest linen. So subversive. Oh my goodness. It's that sort of thinking as to why I know that the Most High is a man, or at least has masculine energy. Okay, because that's childish for a person to say that. Yeah, the Most High did all this to show us the chaotic nature of women, to call women reckless and careless in the mouth of his prophets, not my mouth. Hold on. And then yet, so you're implying that the Most High God is reckless and careless, but he created a world where even though it's been totally denigrated by the freaking reprobates on it, it still produces life and sustains it. Kind of like a man who builds a house that lasts for, I don't know, 100 years, right? And even though people have done their best to bring the house down, it's still standing. Or those old ass houses in the South that have been up for hundreds of years that slaves built. Yeah, that type of stuff. See, I don't have time to really get nobody's jollies all up in a bunch, but I just need people to see that what you've been taught to see it as, what you have, I don't know, been too close up on, you need to stand back and look at it a little bit differently. You must stand back and look at it differently. Otherwise, you're going to get swept away. People like you could get swept away. I could. I could be part of the 2/3 that gets knocked the fuck down. That could very well happen to me. But the likelihood of it happening to me before it happens to somebody who's just all into the world, hasn't even given the Most High a thought, not a modicum of thought. You think I'm dying before them for sure? Come on, yo, come on, be real. That's not how it works. This shit is not a movie where some reluctant. Oh, you think the Most High God wants the reluctant to praise Him? No. You think He wants those that are reluctant to come out of the world? No. You think he thinks he wants somebody who's reluctant to be righteous? No. You better fucking wake up and realize that this shit is not a fucking movie. It's not a motion picture, dog. It's real. You're living in a actual prophecy. I don't know if you're gonna really and hold that in, but that's where you're at. You're in a prophecy. You're living in one. You're part of one. The people that have kidnapped your people, they know this. They know that they're in a prophecy. They're not stupid. Once again, I'd rather people not think that I know what I'm talking about, but I still, for some odd reason, be right about the shit at the end of the day. They keep thinking that those walls aren't the walls of Babylon. They're gonna find out the hard way. I, I, I can't wait till the ID Act of 2020 jumps off. That's why I don't want 2019 to be the year. Right on. That's why I don't want it to be the year, because I want people to not be able to travel anymore. Then I want them to go ahead and start to hit that student loan shit all the way up, all the way righteous. While they're clamping down on the travel, then I want to see how people feels. Then I want to see if they still think that they're living in America. If they think that they still got a chance here. Because as long as they believe they have a fighting chance, as long as they believe that they can do it and that they don't need the Most High God, we're going to be stuck here. That's a fact. And I'm not going to be stuck here because you don't think you need the Most High. You guys following me? I'm not going to be stuck here because you don't think you need the Most High. I'm not. I refuse. I'd rather pray. I just like I pray death on every dissenter who does not want up out of this land. I mean that. If you dissent and you don't want to get up out of here, I want you. In so many words, I really want you to die. Really, really. Because you want to be stuck here. You want to be stuck and fucked in this land. There is no brighter day coming. The best days of this country are behind it. There was nothing but perverse wickedness coming. Black people, before I get ready to end this out, I say this to you. There's two things that are going to happen here in the soon future. And I mean soon future. Red Flagistan. Soon be in the next few months, y'all. We won't get into February of next year. I really don't see it. And they haven't red flagged over 1,000 people. Silently or loudly. Trust me. Trust me. And the FBI is going to boister that they have stopped all sorts of shootings because of the red flag law. Watch. Just let it. And then once they figure they've stopped a few shootings in these other places, then they're going to finally turn their attention to all these cities with gun violence. Oh, Chicago's in trouble. Detroit, Milwaukee, St. Louis, Atlanta, Dallas, Fort Worth, for the better part of Houston. LA's in trouble. What's it called out there? Little city out there. They're killing people in California. That's and it used to be a really nice little spot too. San Bernardino, killing motherfuckers out there, killing them. They don't know. See, people don't even understand. These laws aren't meant to stop people who haven't committed the crime. What they're trying to do is go out here and figure out a way to army up on the people who they think are committing crimes. If you're the alleged shooter in this shit, I might red flag you. Right, you're a suspect. Now you can't legally have a gun for a year. Right. So now if you get caught with one, now we get to hit you with all other kinds of felonies. And then we might really throw the book at you. See, they haven't changed the laws yet. Where, once again, if you can get years for having a pistol, you probably won't have one. Just saying. Just saying. All the cops got to do is just stop and frisk. I mean, do y'all really don't understand? Like this, well, they will bring back stop and frisk so fast, it's over. But people have the ability to not see it that way. So probably won't see it that way. They'll probably see it anyway but that, because that's not popular. I'm going to say this to y'all, and then I'm for real done. So outside of those two obvious things, right on, that that are going to take place, Red Flagistan being the most important of it all. To go with the other part of that is get ready for harsh division between black people. You have black people who like it the way it is, and they're going to use other black people. Right on. See, they used to talk about the motherland, right? Africa, the motherland. Now they want to be ADOS, right? Now they want to be foundational Black Americans, right? The problem with that is, really, the problem is the fact that you want to be stuck here. In order for ADOS to get what they're going to get, you have to stay here stuck in America, waiting for them to give it to you. Right. Problem with foundational Black Americans is they want to stay here because they feel like they built this bitch. Right. The people you're dealing with don't want out. That means that they really don't want what's best for us. What's best for us is not in this land. With that said, my friends, I salute you, and I want you to remember this. The other side of winning takes the ability to stand back and to perceive what it takes to get to that win, if that win is actually virtuous, and if you're willing to do what it takes for you to eventually to win. I appreciate you. Much love. Wow.